Fuck!
Go. Maybe over. White hair and black hair instead of just black hair.
We just glanced at it, tried to figure out the mysteries of it.
Gohan. He decided to go to school, get straight A's, and make something of himself, and everybody ragged on him for being too weak.
He's just too pacifistic. He didn't want to fight, and that in the DBZ canon is like a crime or some shit.
Gohan never actually really wanted to fight.
Yeah, but isn't he already at his top potential with Sage Gohan, though?
Dragon Ball Z, there's always someone that gets more powerful. I think they said they're retiring Goku again, so we'll see if Gohan pops back up or not.
The what you call it, the character I couldn't remember was a character that wasn't in anything I ever saw. It's Goten.
Wasn't
Goten.
Time to sip this glorious coffee.
Food was the strongest.
Yeah, they've moved past that a while ago. Like, they're Super Saiyan God Super Saiyan now, and it is retarded as it sounds.
It's gone full. It's a full shonen. I mean, it has gone full shonen, and there is no the numbers never mattered, but now the numbers are so far behind. It's ridiculous.
No, I still remember when Super had the first arc, and all my friends that watched Dragon Ball Z just started texting me, "Dude, Master Roshi just became God level." Like, okay.
Yeah, I'm
Dude,
not.
Master Roshi has always been God level. Shit.
Alright, so that's gonna take
I'm
some getting used to.
not a DBZ fan.
Yeah, it's like they're flipping on like Master Roshi is literally the trainer of gods. Why wouldn't he know how to tap into that?
I keep a
because he was
track on
just
it.
a dude.
Oh wait, Krillin was just ass kicked.
I keep a watch on it just because I'm a little curious on like where the story goes, but I'm mostly uninterested. It's done its thing. It's fine.
I know is, what the fuck happened to Launch?
I think they finally brought her back. A lot of people started asking that question.
Story.
What happened to Launch? She just poofed.
It's gonna take a little bit for me to get used to seeing the Twitch chat off to my left now instead of having it on this screen.
Got your second screen up and running?
Yeah. It's kind of nice, I won't lie, I did miss it.
I'm not gonna lie, Aaron, I almost asked if you couldn't stream it today, but I'm working with it.
Yeah, just let us know if you're at a limit or anything.
Yes, we're horrifying people with talking DBZ.
Hold my beer.
Oh, don't worry. As soon as I can channel my inner true self of a hyperactive little spaz, we'll be good.
Mint cookies.
To the spaz.
Sweet chocolate mint cookies. Cookies make you happy, for you are cookie powered.
You know what? According to my parents, I was actually that hyper annoying when I was a kid.
No! Known you since you were a kid.
Okay.
I ain't gonna lie, that was so me.
That's what I
ain't gonna fucking lie.
Jesus Christ, Matt. Wow.
That literally is a picture of me in fucking first grade, I swear. Without the helmet.
You were very tall for a first grader, Jay.
So staring at the fucking screen, and I'm like, what the fuck am I missing? I'm forgetting something. Well, dipshit, you could bring up your D&D Beyond page.
Why would you need that?
Fucking Christ.
Why would you want to be able to see your character sheet? What's wrong with you?
I know, right? What kind of fucking barbarian am I?
I know your excuse is I don't even drink with you anymore.
If you're a barbarian, you wouldn't have 2 hit points.
Oh.
Yeah,
to be fair, if he was a barbarian, he would still have 2 hit points because most of that damage was necrotic.
Yeah, but he would actually have a better con save.
Yeah, but he rolled real bad on that. I might not have saved him.
I rolled like a 4.
Yeah, that was just a terrible roll.
1s and 2s tends to do it.
Yeah.
It was the start of my luck, much like my assault mechs last night, not
Don't
being
worry-
able to hit
don't
the
worry,
broadside of the
guys.
barn standing in it.
Last week was my stride. Don't worry, I'm gonna fail this time.
Oh god, that was so awesome though. Like you got what, 3 crits? 4
I
crits?
got 6.
Oh,
God.
yeah, I'm starting it off good.
Hey, get him out now. Get him out now. So let me just make sure here and.
I got 6, but one of them I rolled a 1. I used my halfling luck and then rolled a crit. So.
Oh.
Oh, by the way, one thing I know here.
Woo!
With the update thing, when you're updating your characters, that only matters if you're doing the commands from inside Discord, as it turns out. When you're clicking from the sheet, it still rolls from the sheet. Discord has a separate copy of your character saved, because Avray saves a copy. That's what you're updating. It only uses those stats when you type it on Discord instead of rolling from the sheet.
That's a good
Dear
difference
Lord.
now.
What that means
Oh
is you
my
don't have
fucking
to worry
God.
about updating unless you're planning on typing from Discord rather than clicking on the sheet.
Guys, I'm a fucking retard. You just posted that Avray thing, and literally for the last year, I thought that was a person. Oh my fucking lord!
Are you okay?
Named Avray.
No, I'm not okay.
Well, considering how D&D Beyond might be over monetized here in a couple of years, it's probably still good practice just to be in practice doing it on Discord.
Oh, John, it won't be over monetized. Right now, it's under monetized.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
totally different. They're just going to recalibrate.
We need to
Here,
go
I
back
saw
to
the article
pitchforking
yesterday.
people. I'm just saying.
I saw that article yesterday that they're claiming they're under monetized. They need to do something about it.
Don't worry, guys. They're only going to be selling us our basic skills in loot boxes.
Huh.
It's all good though. We were discussing.
I only
going
have
to
one
Roll20.
longsword. I have 3 fighters I have to equip with them.
All right, guys, I'm opening up a premium loot box. Time for a +1 dagger. Come on, we can do it.
10-foot pole.
Oh, dear Lord.
Yeah, this
What
is
they
a winning
want.
combination. I've got my Japanese whiskey in a tumbler, and I've got my coffee in the big beer stein over here.
All right.
I really,
Go ahead.
I really don't see how they can monetize D&D, considering that.
They
Sorry,
absolutely can. They can absolutely. Number one, I mean, there's a number of things that they could choose to do, up to and including the basic information that everybody gets on D&D Beyond is no longer free.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So basically, content packs.
Right, which is basically what they already do. It's not D&D Beyond that they actually want to monetize better, it's the books. Meaning they're probably, now mind you, most likely that's going to mean selling a lot more extras rather than selling more books. Because
Yeah, but-
they have a hard time selling, like, creating more books.
No, but what I'm thinking of, how could that really be possible? Because one person would buy the book and just share it freely.
Right, but that's the thing, is what they're probably going to start doing instead is leaning more heavily on, like, the spell cards and monster cards.
Yeah.
And
They're
things you need
gonna go
minis
more
for.
towards a CCG style economy for the game.
Yeah, and the
Warhammer,
things
got
you
it.
need mini for, so they can sell you more minis and that sort of thing.
They're gonna Warhammer it. Got it.
No, because trust me, they can't reach that level of greedy stupid. Wizards of the Coast and even Hasbro, the Overcompany, hasn't quite hit that level of greedy stupid yet. Besides, if it was going to go like Warhammer 40k, then Human Fighters would get like 37 content patches for everybody else's one.
Yeah.
And everything would start being renamed. It would no longer be elves, it would be bells.
No, it
So they
wouldn't
could
be
copyright
bells.
it?
It would actually probably, because of just how Wizards of the Coast's history had been, they'll probably just license some shit from Bethesda and use the name Mirror,
Huh.
like Elder Scrolls does.
Yeah. Okay.
Because that just seems to be how they do things. It's just, license a different property. And then now it's part of my multiverse. After all, 40k is in the Magic the Gathering universe now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
They-
stopped
they
buying
released-
Magic cards when they just started doing that. It's like, You ruined your
Well,
own
so
property
last
by
year,
using everybody else's.
because they did that last year.
I won't lie, I was really tempted to buy the Tyrannid cards, and I want nothing to do with Magic the Gathering, so...
The Tyrannid decks are actually pretty good from what I've seen.
I just like Tyrannid, so they were so shiny, but I resisted.
I would have bought Tyrannids as one of my armies, but when I was playing with a bunch of people, somebody else picked them up, and I didn't want to steal his thunder.
I got you.
That's also why
Well,
I
he
didn't
stole his
pick
thunder.
up Guard, and why I didn't pick up any kind of Space Marine, because other people were doing all of those, which is what made me play Tau. And then Necrons got cool, so I started playing Necrons, because they stopped being lame.
Magic the Gathering as I hug my Shivan Dragon.
Yeah, we're in a...
Oh, I've got a shitload of old Magic cards too. I just have never had a chance to use them in the last 5 years.
The last time I played Magic the Gathering, Fireball and Channel was the winning strategy.
So in the early 90s, and you haven't played in like more time than you have not played in over half your life then.
Exactly. I actually
Wait,
still have
you
my
didn't
Magic
really
cards.
play Magic the Gathering, you just sort of learned it. and
I
then
actually
quit.
still have my deck from way back then in the closet.
I'm gonna be right back in just a minute, guys.
Okay. I have had my tumbler. I am a little less than, or a little more than halfway to go on my espresso beer stein.
Honestly, though, if you want to talk about that, I haven't played D&D until this since 2nd edition.
That's
So-
kind of the same with me in a while. It took me forever to get back in.
Yeah, you
And
played
I probably,
4 though.
And I probably wouldn't even play this if it wasn't so dumbed down that I can actually understand it, because, my god, I have dyscalculated like fuck, and first and 2nd edition, if you didn't tell me what I could do, I didn't know what I was doing.
Then you probably needed to like learn a little bit more about your class, because 1st and 2nd edition were actually way simpler than 5th. Especially for like the class you're doing right now, your entire job is punch.
I
You
like
don't
the
get all the extra movement opportunities. You get, and I punch
That
again.
is fucking cool.
So, you
Actually,
know, the big
I
downside
need to-
from living with a roommate is I have had to take a piss for half an hour, and he's been in there for an hour.
Okay, I guess I'm biased because I was also a teenager, and I know even more little math than I know now, so...
Well, you didn't need to know too much math. Somebody would actually tell you what you needed to hit for numbers, so... THAC0 was not as complicated as anybody pretends it was. You literally just roll the dice, add your modifiers, compare that to their AC. Did you hit? Done. It was not that complicated.
Nope, it was just irritating as fuck.
I mean, I don't see where it was even irritating. Again, you know what number you need to hit, and you just add their armor class to that number. Did you hit that number on the die? Good, you hit.
Fuck it. Anyway, I don't care. I was too busy opening portals to hell or something like that.
Yeah.
Except with I played vampire, so clearly I was more of Satan, even more satanic.
I still don't know in the Satanic Panic why me and my friend Adam decided the perfect place to play D&D was in our church.
Because the
some
pastor
churches
let me do it.
Yeah, some churches weren't full of insane, stupid people.
Mine was.
Exactly.
They thought Bambi was evil.
Oh, wow.
Okay, moving on.
Oh, okay. I've got all of my stuff up here. We left off last time with you guys having cleared out Vijac's lair, found a massive treasure trove of gold, and other coins and whatnot. And you have a series of papers, which I do apologize, I was not able to get fully written down. So we'll have to go without that for now. But you found a series of papers and a map that seems to indicate a place in Snake Rock Landing.
Well, Chase, granted, off the cuff, we can actually do that in canon that we can rest it later because remember Kendall writes it all down in his journal, so.
Right, but it's not going to matter later. Because it was intended to be a thing I would hand out to you guys so that you would have like an actual written down thing, but I didn't have time for that, so we're not doing that.
Yeah, my
Okay,
bad.
but I was about to say that if you want to just do it later for reference, we can just use that excuse, though. Okay, no biggie. I was just letting you know.
No, it just won't matter. It was just something I wanted to have prepped at the same time. So instead, we're just letting you know that the map seems to have indicated somewhere inside of the city, and inside of the city, Snake Rock Landing. There appears to be directions for where shipments are coming from and being sent to, where information is to be sent to, etc. Also, there were a series of names. Most of them appear to be either people to watch out for or people who could be trusted one way or the other.
Okay.
And she was slowly rotting away to death and needed some help with that. Getting back to town is theoretically a 1.5 to 2 day journey, depending on how fast you go. But there's also other places nearby as well. So you do have, for example, the inn that you stopped at last time, though whether or not that would help you at all is entirely up to you, whether you think that it would or not.
Well, the goblin is a demonic force, and we do have the bargaining chip he asked for.
This is true.
No.
Yeah, I'm not second trusting him just yet.
No.
I think I have a
The
little...
semi-walking corpse of a kid says no.
So, my character. So, do we know it's Mummy Rot? Have we identified Mummy Rot, or is that like metagaming? I can't remember.
I identified it that way. I believe that I did. I believe that if I'm remembering right, she identified what was vaguely wrong with her with a medicine check of some sort or a nature check. You're aware that you'll need help to get rid of it.
Yeah, and things are not going well internally.
That's okay. She's got 4 limbs that can fall off.
Oh dear God.
It's only magic leprosy.
Yeah.
Steroids.
Yeah, I actually read it finally, and I'm like, oh God.
Yeah, it's functionally, Mummy Rot is functionally super fast acting magic leprosy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Might want to take care of that.
You didn't need all those parts.
We're gonna need to get
Might
back
want
to
to take care of that.
town.
Is definitely need to take care of that.
So we need to return. Is there?
Yeah.
Do we need to rush back, or do we need to take it more cautiously?
I do not wish to look like this the rest of my shortened life. Let's go.
Just a leisurely week saunter back. I'm sure everything will be fine.
Okay, I guess I'll pack away as many riches as I can, and
That is actually an important question, is exactly how much you guys are planning to carry with you. There is in you guys' sheets, there is a spot somewhere for adding gold encumbrance weight. Did you all click that? Is that right?
I believe mine is on. Yes, I'll double check it.
Yeah, I know
Yeah, it's
mine's
on.
on
Mine is
because I added it to inventory just to see just to make sure it was on, and yeah, it's on, at least on my sheet.
Yep.
Yep,
I believe that each coin is about a tenth of a pound or something like that.
It's enough that if she was carrying it all, she would actually be heavily encumbered.
Yeah.
Yep. Out
I
of
do
context,
know that.
your monk,
I did it.
Your monk may be small and only with a strength of 8, but your monk actually doesn't need to have gear, so I might be able to carry a little bit more than
So,
a warrior.
We'll also let you know, it's up to you guys whether or not you are worried that someone will come back here and loot the place while you're gone. If you don't think that that's a risk, you're free to leave a bunch of it here. You can do something to try to conceal the place, whatever works for you guys. If you want to try to take it all with you, you absolutely can. So that's entirely up to you.
Amy's gonna see if she can make the track work again, because fuck yeah.
I'm willing to carry I'm willing to carry what we can. So like, how much gold is it again? Like that.
Fuck ton.
Well, I'm willing to put a number in and see what happens to my character.
The notes. Hang on. Hold on.
I got it.
27,700.
I believe Lynn has the full amount.
Yeah, I'll copy pasta here.
Why
Yeah.
couldn't
Keep
any
notes
of
for
you
backups.
Why aren't any even artificial to give us a bag of holding?
All right. Let's
That's it.
All right. Let's shoot for the gold first and see what happens.
I will take whatever is overburdened people because, yeah. I have the least carrying capacity, but at least I don't really need gear, so.
Hold on. I love how I'm good at this at one moment, but there we go. There's the gold I'm looking for. Okay, so I got 25 gold normally, so I'll add to this. Let's just go ahead and add 2,000 and see what happens.
It should add approximately 200 to your weight, to your carried weight.
I'm unencumbered
Yes.
still. Is that right?
Your carrying capacity is 270. You are currently carrying 7863 before your
Yeah, I'm
point.
at 118 right now, so I'll add in the 771.
What do you
It's
see you're
not
carrying?
It's not 1%. It's like every 20 coins is a pound or something.
All right, it's SP, not silver, or silver, not Electrum.
You guys have run across Electrum coins, but they are fairly rare.
Okay,
Those
yeah.
are the ones that whimper.
Yeah, fuck them.
You're talking about
Yeah, I don't think any merchant's gonna take
she's
those as
keeping a
currency.
couple of those just because they whimper. She's like, what the fuck is wrong with these?
You are now over carrying capacity, Casimir.
I know. So as of right now, I could carry 200. I could carry the full thing of gold and 6,000 silver coins.
That will put you at heavy encumbrance, remember, so keep that in mind.
It has to be as unencumbered right now as 254.
Should
just
be.
check something here. Let me check.
Go for it.
One second.
I'm just going off what the sheet says me. If you say otherwise, I'll change it. I don't really.
No, I'm
Fine.
checking on exactly what the effects of encumbrance are again, because I want to make sure I have the exact numbers, because I haven't used them in this edition yet, so I'm checking. I want to make sure what we're looking at.
Good
how
thing.
much
You
I
essentially
actually
like carrying around that much money from the city would be dumb.
That is part of a problem, is figuring out where you're putting
That's true. That's
a
true.
couple of 100 pounds of coins, because that ain't going in your backpack.
Yeah. Well, how about we just carry the gold for now? Is that good?
Okay, found it. If you are carrying more than 5 times your strength score, then your speed drops by 10. If you are carrying more than 10 times your strength score, up to your maximum carrying capacity, your speed drops by 20, and you have disadvantage on ability checks, attack rolls, and saving throws using strength, dex, or constitution.
Alright, it says my carrying weight is 270. So I'll just drop a whole bunch of the silver coins then.
Yeah, the
and, I'll carry the
carrying
gold.
capacity is the absolute maximum that you can possibly carry.
Alright. So, you guys, I'll carry the gold in then, and I'm not gonna afford it to steal it. Don't worry.
Alright, guys, we know what to do. We all play Skyrim. Just slowly walk back to town.
I mean, y'all can do that.
I guess I'll just slab a chest on the and just carry it with me.
You can absolutely dump stuff in a chest and just heft that. It will slow you down most likely if you're putting everything in there. But yeah.
No, just the gold,
I can only carry 120.
Again, carrying around so much wealth is not advised.
I will let you know. Again, the numbers are 5 times and 10 times your strength. If you go over 90 pounds, you are cutting your speed by a third, Casimir.
Okay.
Actually,
Alright.
according to this, your carrying capacity is your strength score multiplied by 15.
15. What I got on
That
Beyond.
is the absolute max you can carry, yes. But if you remember, we were asked to use variant encumbrance for this particular campaign.
Oh,
Yeah.
I
You
didn't
are
know the
over
variant.
5
Okay.
times your strength score, you are encumbered, and your speed drops by 10. If you are 10 times, it's heavily encumbered, your speed drops by 20 into penalties. And if you hit 15, you can't move.
All right, I'll just carry 100 gold. 100.
I'm just reminding you because this is explicitly the kind of situation where we were asked to use this for.
All right, it's fine. I'll carry a little bit. We can leave it here. Whatever.
Trap the place and go.
Yeah, let's go. Let's go.
Otherwise, I'm going to start burning the forest down.
That's not going to help you and may, in fact, make your problem even worse, Miss I am a member of nature. Then you're just in a forest fire. That's not good with 2 hit points. Absorb elements works a lot better when you are at full HP, I'm just saying.
She lights the forest on fire, and everybody's like, "Aren't you a druid? It's not a star, it's a tree." Huh?
Decide how much all of you are going to take, how much you're leaving. If you want, you said you wanted to reset the trap, AU. Go ahead and give me just a quick Thieves' Tools check on that.
Yep, you've taken 100 gold and 50 silver.
I don't know how much I can take, because apparently I'm already at 69 pounds. Somehow.
Alright.
15 is actually perfectly fine. Remember, it was a very simple trap.
No, I was just teased because I just said because it was on 20 and then it rolled over. That's all.
The reason that you're so high up, Kendall, is that you're carrying 16 pounds of rations, 10 pounds of rope, 10 pounds of torches, a bedroll. You have a full adventurer's kit on.
Yeah, because never mind.
Yeah, that stuff carries weight. That stuff is hefty.
God, my eyes are stinging again. God damn it. Anyway.
That actually doesn't. Actually, I'm gonna need to check one thing here. Okay, that's why. Okay, everybody, if you would go into your character sheets, onto the home page of your character sheet, so when you're modifying your character sheet, the encumbrance type, just use variant encumbrance. That will automatically calculate it for you.
Optional.
I didn't realize we weren't doing that before.
Encumbrance. Okay, yeah. Okay, so variant encumbrance. That's what we...
Yes. That is going to most likely refactor some things for you guys, so you guys may want to make some decisions on if you want to leave anything behind.
Yeah, I got 10 pounds until I'm encumbered, so I'm good with what I picked up.
Okay, I am going to have to leave
I'm
a lot
officially encumbered
behind.
just for being me. Oh crap! I've been encumbered the entire time.
Yeah,
I've
that's why I
been
was saying I
heavily
didn't realize we
encumbered.
didn't already have that selected, and that's I only realized it when John was saying it's still saying I'm unencumbered. So yeah.
I misinterpreted when you said encumbrance rules. I thought we were just encumbrance rules. I didn't know it was variant, so
I didn't
Okay,
either.
no worries.
Okay.
No worries.
So am I.
So I'm just dropping my
yeah.
rope. That's 10 pounds.
Shit.
I'm gonna drop some gold and stuff.
Well, who needs a bedroll anyway?
Well, I think you should probably drop the 16 pounds of food you're carrying, Miss Goodberries.
that's true.
I have 9
You've
on
eaten
my...
nothing but Goodberries, and you're carrying 16 pounds of food. That may be unnecessary.
Okay, where...
Also, for those at home, this is why you don't always make strength a dump stat.
That's true.
It only shows that I've got,
You have 9 days of rations, 18 pounds of food. I'm
okay.
sorry.
So I gotta drop some of that behind.
Now, mind you, you don't have to get rid of it. You can put it somewhere, like you can slide it into a second inventory if you're not carrying on you right now.
I guess
That's totally fine. It's just what's in your backpack and what's on your equipment, those are the things you actually physically have on you right now. Now, your backpack, some of you may also notice you may actually be a little overweight on your backpack as well.
Okay, where did that go? I swear I hit the chest button. Okay, so there's 4 of it in the chest. I'm still encumbered, so...
Yeah, you're at 80. You were pretty high up there.
Yeah.
A lot of people with dark vision could also drop their torches if they don't need them.
Yeah, that's 10 pounds.
Yeah,
You don't
that's
have
like
to carry
10 pounds of garbage that she absolutely does not need. Especially since she can literally, make things that are bright and glowy?
Yep.
Because she herself is a torch.
Case, I think I'm allergic to your cat.
I think that would have come up before now.
Shut up.
God damn it, she's still encumbered.
I'm trying to blame you, and I don't know why.
Yes, also, the orb weighs about a pound. It looks like it should weigh more, but it only weighs about a pound.
Yeah,
I'm
there's
good.
absolutely
50
something
silver.
you guys don't want to lose. I can carry a little bit more.
I know what I'm gonna
I'm
delete. Goodbye, Scimitar. We don't need you.
Now that you have a cantrip to do melee damage,
Yeah. And the fact that I can turn into a fucking bear.
go ahead and leave that scimitar in your chest. I mean, you can literally, you guys can at this point, if you choose to, you can just assume that whatever's in your chest is either left here or back in town.
Sounds good.
At some point over the next few weeks, I will assume you guys are fully capable of transporting everything you want to keep here, if you want to use this as a, like, base and bolt hole. That's totally fine.
I need to customize this.
Ow! Ow! Wait, what?
My cat was trying to climb up my neck.
She
I'm taking
still
how
needs
much
to
of
delete a
what
bunch of
now,
fucking
so I can
weight.
change the numbers here.
I took 100 gold coins.
Okay.
Well, bye, bedroll. Good lord, that still didn't get me under.
Shouldn't be too far up still at this point, though.
50 silver.
You should be pretty close to where you want to be. If I'm doing my math right.
Oh, I'm still 12 pounds over.
I just dropped a bunch of my torches.
I guess goodbye, shield.
At the time you weren't really able to use it anyway.
With my lovely 13 AC, boys. 6 over. God damn it.
Don't worry, you'll get spells to raise that.
What the fuck else do I have?
Do you have extra coins on you or anything?
Not a lot of
many.
weight in the coins, no. He's only got about 3 pounds in coins on him.
Well, I just found out the perfect thing to get rid of. My fishing gear, since I've never
Buy
actually
rope.
gone fishing.
Alright, I had to get rid of the rope.
Other people have them too, so you guys
I
still should have plenty of other ropes.
Rope! Where we going, we don't need no damn ropes!
Suddenly you have to climb 300 feet.
All these weight issues.
Wait,
when
can I turn into a
refuse to
bird
put
yet?
down my
I
makeshift
think
club.
I can.
Guys, with encumbrance,
swim
you don't
that
need
I
rope.
have?
You don't need rope with encumbrance if you actually use the jump spell, which is useless.
Hey, Chase, do I have to worry about the weight of the wall map that I still have on my person?
No, that's like one slip of paper.
Alright.
If I'm remembering right, like one sheet of paper is what, like 0.05 or something.
Okay, so I can't fly yet. But I can now swim, I think.
I
So,
believe that's correct. I believe you can swim at 4 and fly at 8.
Yeah.
note the party. Now that we figured we're all encumbered, when we get back to town, spend all money on bag of holding.
See, I'm sorry, John. One sheet of parchment has 0 weight. They don't even track that little. It weighs so little it's not even tracked.
Good to
So
know.
you're good. Okay, I think that might have been my roommate going to work, so I'm going to be right back in just a minute while you guys are finishing up your inventory bits.
I'll hold off the demon cat while you're going.
Let's see. I'm good. I don't mind. And you box light anyway.
Next time we go out of town, we'll just have a big wagon.
Maybe packs light anyway, cause yeah, she doesn't even. She usually sleeps wrapped up in her poncho, so I don't even have the bedroll there.
I get to carry everything because I up my strength. We leveled up.
Anybody want my stinging, burning eyes? I'll rip them on my head with a spoon.
No Gotham for you.
I don't know. Clarendon don't even seem to want to work anymore.
You using Clarendon or the D strength Clarendon?
The kind that my wife gets. I usually don't have allergies. I think there's so many invasive plants in Maine. I got the Texas allergies back. Cause that's the only place I ever had allergies was Texas, and it was really bad. And
the over-the-counter stuff, at least in my state, that they'll get you for, because they'll think you'll make meth for getting too much of it. It's really good at keeping allergies under control.
I did get the over-the-counter stuff. I think.
Yeah.
I think it's Claritin D.
Yeah.
But it don't seem to be working, so.
Might be the other way around. You might just have to blow what's already stuck in your nose.
Raw fuel.
I don't know, guys. I don't know.
If I had the answer, I'd gladly tell you.
I'm the most healthy person on the planet.
I thought I was allergic to my cat when I had him for a week, but I got over it most of it. I still got like a runny nose myself. Actually, speaking of allergies, I'm gonna go grab myself an allergy pill myself real fast.
Hey, Internet, I blame Aaron.
I don't know how this is my fault, but okay.
Because I don't lift, bro, that's why.
I mean, that's a solvable problem.
Shut up. Blaming people, it just works, okay?
Put that on my list, too.
Alright. Just gotta say, John didn't get allergy medicines, then we heard that. I think he's grinding the body first.
Alright, go back to there. Damn it. Here.
Help my mother with the Amazon Fire Stick.
My mom tells me about that all the time. She's like,
Yeah.
how does it work? You plug it in your TV, you shut up.
I just said, see the speaker button on the remote, just push that down and ask for what you want.
Basically. Fucking basically.
Or you
Honestly, I struggle more with the cable box than they struggle with the Amazon Fire Stick. That cable just goes bad all the time now.
I just use my smart TV in apps. If my smart TV don't have it, I just use the PlayStation 5 apps.
Yeah. God, I hate AT. Shit company.
Honestly, Lenny watches way more TV than I do.
I mean, I like watching Netflix and YouTube, but yeah, I don't watch regular TV anymore.
Like, we forgot to pay Hulu, and I didn't even notice for like 3 months.
There's something I wanted to watch on Hulu. What was it? Oh yeah, new Futurama, I think, right?
If you want something stupid but a great watch, Dogs in Space on Netflix.
I'm watching Wednesday right now.
I haven't started that yet. I
I think I
intend
fell
to
asleep
pick it
around
up
2
on that one.
watching the next season of that conspiracy theory show cartoon. I forget the name of it.
Oh, I know you're talking about. I see clips of it.
Yeah.
It's kind of fun. Wednesday's okay so far. It takes itself. It has that right mix of Adam Family stuff, and it takes itself. It goes full ham with its thing, but it is silly. But that's
the only
Adam
thing-
Family.
the only thing I know about the Wednesday show is apparently people for the last week been bitching about some dance scene.
They shouldn't be bitching. It was great. They're not most of the videos I've seen aren't bitching. They're complimenting it.
Yeah, I don't know.
But don't. It's good. I would recommend it. Not necessarily saying it's my show of the year, but it's very good. I enjoy the hell out of it.
So this was me when I saw 3 of those articles. There's a Wednesday show?
Yes, I've been mentioning it for the last 2 weeks. It's okay. I know you never listen to me.
Who are you? Dude, I barely listen to me.
That's okay. None of us listen to you either.
That's a good thing.
So, you guys got your inventory issues all sorted out?
I think so.
Yep.
Got a little hefty bag of gold on my person.
I'm officially not fucked.
Honestly, I just ditched my fishing kit because I haven't gone fishing anyway, so...
Alrighty. So, you guys are pretty much ready to head out?
I believe so.
Is she able to walk without assistance?
Yes.
Okay.
Her HP is lowered, and she's definitely not, feeling well, but she is not impaired, statistically speaking, outside of the fact that she cannot regain HP right now. Which, to be fair, means that right now, she is roughly the equivalent of a moderately wounded commoner.
Quick question. Before we head out, do we think we have enough gold on us to get the services to get this curse lifted?
I have no idea how much it costs. Kenta wouldn't know.
What would be the
You
roll
have
for
no
that?
clue.
Out of game, I know we
you asking
do.
me?
Yeah,
Yeah.
what would I have to roll, or what would the group
You
have to
don't,
roll?
you don't got to roll to know what the general... Yeah. Generally, spellcasting services like that from a temple for a remove curse spell would not be exceptionally high. It would definitely be lower than trying to bring her back to life. Now, I will point out, that is still a possibility as well, as long as it's not the max HP drain that kills her.
And honestly, Cass should automatically know around the services of the church, since he's a noble, and that's kind of noble's things to be affiliated with the church.
I guess I would.
No, that's what I'm saying. It's fairly common knowledge. It's not a super huge problem. It's not a super secret piece of information. Temples do give services for donations and whatnot.
Or contracts?
What was that?
Or contracts?
Well, in general, there are sometimes ways to mitigate or remove the cost if you're willing to perform a service of some kind, yes.
Okay. Alright.
But I will tell you now, just knowing how much you're carrying on you, that should cover it, absolutely.
Alright.
Yeah.
I didn't want to stick us all the way there and have to rush back for the gold.
Rules-wise, what she is carrying on her right now should be more than enough.
Yeah, remember that, for example, the actual components, for example, for a Revivify spell are 100 gold piece worth of diamond, right?
Oh.
That's the actual components. Now, having the spell cast on you might cost more because you're paying for their time and their energy as well. So I'm kind of basing it on that. Revivify is a 3rd level spell, so is Remove Curse. So you're probably looking at a couple of 100 gold-ish.
Okay.
I can actually tell you if you want to use the default rules.
Yeah, that's actually what I was trying to find. I was stalling for time, and I ended up not finding what I was looking for the right way. So, by all means, if you just tell me where what section it's in.
Sure. Let me see if I can find it. Because I found it last week, and now it's...
Yeah, because I believe it's basically just something about, something based on the level of the spell, generally.
Let's see.
If you don't have it right there, don't worry about it. I'm still looking it up, so you guys can start doing things. I'll keep looking it up.
Alright, let's head out.
Here, a scroll, they say, is 100 to 500. There's no cost to use a spell. You need material component.
Yeah, that's a different section. Don't worry too much about it. Like I said, you guys go ahead and start doing things. I'll worry about that.
Alright, anything else you guys want to grab before we head out?
I can't find my link, so we'll just go with it for now. I had it
He
actually
just
pinned.
shakes
and I
her
can't
head
find it now.
and, resets the trap once we're out of there.
Your 13 is more than sufficient for her to be able to reset the trap. Absolutely. You can't reset the illusion without doing a little more work to understand that portion of it. Which AU is trained in Arcana, so you can have her attempt that if you would like to try to have her figure out how that works.
Absolutely.
So the
I need to do it,
Adventure
Arcana check?
League.
Correct.
All right.
What was that, Aaron?
Apparently in Adventure League they charged 90 for remove curse and 450 for greater restoration.
That was from the greater restoration was 450. That was from one of the playtest players guides. Yeah.
Yeah. That seems to be a number I keep seeing coming up.
I'm going to play test the cleric.
But I can't find the actual, I can find the play test, but I can't find the other thing because this isn't what I found the last. But it's
I know what I'm looking for. Don't you worry about it. I'm going to be fiddling with numbers all the time anyway. So.
Okay.
Before we head out, did we get a long rest, or are we just going off the hit points we have?
Well, that depends. You literally took a long rest, then walked here.
Yeah.
So if you
another long
want to
rest.
spend 24 hours and take another rest.
No. I'm making sure that no weird shenanigans happen when we leveled up, so I'm fine with the hit points I'm at.
I will tell you with that particular check, Lynn, the best information that you can find is, I don't know, maybe it was a one-time thing?
Yeah, pretty much. Because we have to come back at it later.
You can tell whatever created it, maybe the vampire made it himself, and that's why you don't know that's why you can't find a trigger for it.
Yeah, so come back at it later with more time.
Plan, guys. What is a plan?
Are we pushing on through, like, all the way and getting a little bit of exhaustion, or do you guys want to take it slow and take a break on the way there?
I would rather not die.
You've got about half a day left until nightfall, which is when you could take another long rest. You have enough time, like, if you did, for example, want to stop at the inn, that you could do that. You don't have to spend the night there, obviously, but you could get there before dark. Alternatively, you can keep pushing on. There would be potentially exhaustion penalties, and also, obviously there's also potentially problems happening along the road. So that's entirely up to you guys how you guys want to handle that. Depending on how fast you're trying to move, there's more or less chance that something will interrupt you.
I'm willing to try pushing on through if you guys are, but I think I'm out of a lot of my power. Actually, I don't think I am. Let me double check.
Well, for another hour, I could get us Soul's Passing cast. I have one level 2 left, if I remember right.
I believe you're correct about that, but that is 1 hour out of a 2-day trip.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe we should.
You might want to save that for when you need it.
Let's just get going and let's see what happens. If we need to break halfway through, then we can break halfway through.
Okay, here's an important question. Are you planning to stay on the road or try and go over land?
Well, we should stay on the road because we don't need movement penalties since, time.
Yeah.
Okay.
We'll just keep Chi out of harm's reach if we can. I guess that's the big thing of it, so yeah, sounds good.
Promise there will not be a pack of wolves waiting for her to walk 3 steps behind.
No, that's what the vultures in the skies are about.
If she stood in one place long enough, she looks dead enough, they might just start gathering.
Yeah.
Alright, so, you guys there's no real particular problem with you guys heading out. What kind of a pace are you taking? Are you trying to take it extra fast, or are you just moving at a normal pace with normal levels of caution? I know you're not going to go slow here, but going slow makes it easier for you to evade possible problems. Going fast means you're more likely to run into them without having as much of a chance to react to it. Going normal, there's no penalties or bonuses, but you're moving at a normal speed rather than faster or slower. So.
If we go normal for now, and then if things get kind of fucked up, then we can kind of rush it. This would be my instinct, but if you guys have a better idea.
I say we go normal until the symptoms become not dire enough to require exhaustion levels.
Until I roll the 3 6s on how much HP she loses from her max.
I guess.
You guys want to rush
I'm
it?
hoping that won't happen. I felt really bad when I rolled the 3 6s on damage the first time. That's why you took so much damage, is I rolled crit 6 on that.
Well, how about,
otherwise you wouldn't be at 2 hit points for that.
do you guys want to give rushing a chance? Or do you want to go regular pace for now? I'm fine with either.
I'd rather get there as soon as possible myself.
AU doesn't care. I'm just gonna be honest. She's got her own internal shit going on right
Somebody
now.
make a decision.
Well,
It's up to you, Chi.
if they're going to be
we'll
lazy,
follow you.
I don't know what they're doing, but I'm going to try to go quickly.
Okay.
Yeah,
I would recommend not going alone, however. That is absolutely not safe in your condition. But yeah.
I'll keep up.
I'm assuming you guys are traveling together. I'm literally just saying I need a consensus, I need an answer rather than 4 people with 4 different answers. I need to know what the group is doing, so somebody make a decision.
We'll go fast.
Okay,
Yeah,
that's all I
I'm
need.
just gonna
Thank you.
follow Cass because he don't really know what Mummy Rot is, so he doesn't really know the urgency.
It's pretty obvious just from looking at her what you're looking at. Like you may not know the ins and outs of it, but like super magic fast leprosy, it's pretty obvious that she is not in a good state.
It's like, oh my god, her face is falling off. Gotta fix it.
Yeah. All right. So, oh dear lord. Okay. All right. So as you start moving, it's about an hour down the way to get to where you actually last took a rest. Okay, never mind. I'm not gonna look at that anymore. To where you last took a rest, and you start finding. You guys did spend a little bit of time after your long rest last night looking around, but you all stayed relatively close by. When you get a good half mile down the road, you start seeing signs that there was someone trying to locate your camp last night. And those signs become steadily more obvious until you hit the point where somebody has bodily ripped a tree out of the ground and just flung it across the road in what looks like a rage. Like somebody was angry that they weren't able to find you.
Well then.
Most likely this is, the vampire you killed, who would have been out here last night, who had at least one very large and strong servant that you remember. Apparently he was throwing a bit of a tantrum. That was some of the noises that you heard, and some of the reason why everything was so silent, because he was prowling around looking for your camp. Luckily, you guys rolled pretty well on keeping the camp hidden, and he wasn't able to find you and jump you during the night. Because that was, in fact, a risk.
The poor
It also
skeleton would
helps
have been
that our
standing
trail
full.
was a little harder to find too.
Yes. Well, that's why he didn't just walk straight up to the camp and go, I followed you here. But he was still looking for you, and you actually also did a pretty good, nature check to conceal the camp, which that is actually, you overcame his ability to find it, because I actually rolled for it, and he blew his roll as well. So between him blowing his roll and you having a pretty good roll, he wasn't able to find your camp and leap upon you in the middle of the night while you're trying to get your rest, which would have obviously been unpleasant. So,
Just a little.
but yes, you are able to see, that this is. He clearly flung the tree across the road to prevent anyone from using a cart to travel down the road, and left some things here. You can actually see on the other side of that log there is a fairly large zombie about the size of an ogre standing behind it, and you can hear rustling in the bushes to either side, as if there is an ambush waiting for someone who isn't paying attention. But with the passive perceptions this particular group has, they were not hiding well enough. You do have an opportunity because you're not moving quickly. If you had been moving quickly, you would have run straight into this, and it would have been roll initiative. You have an opportunity to evade this if you want to just get away and not deal with this problem.
Let's evade it.
We are avoiding that like the plague.
Yeah, most of us are beat to shit.
Then I'm going to need a survival check from Chi
Boy.
to basically find a good route around. Survival or nature. Nature would also be fine, but 13 is perfectly fine, yeah. Yeah. It does take a little bit of extra time. Obviously, like, a fight would have been fast, but also would have been risky. So you are able to spend probably about an extra half an hour or so finding a good route around that doesn't leave it obvious and make a lot of noise, basically. But you are able to find a route around. So you've lost about half an hour, but not anything terribly dramatic. You are going to hit sunset within the next few hours. What is your plan for that? Camping or a bed? Or pushing on through? I will warn you, pushing on through does come with exhaustion, which does come with a number of penalties if you run into problems tomorrow.
If we push on through, how much faster can we get to the town for Chi?
8 hours, 8 to 10 hours because you wouldn't stop. But you would also be giving up a long rest. Everybody would be at a point of exhaustion, which gives you all disadvantage on every skill check until you rest again.
Yeah, exhaustion sucks. Been there, done that.
I say we take a long rest, and Chi, you're at the mercy of the dice gods.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that's a wise decision, and just hope for the best.
Well, it's the smart play, so...
All right,
better
then
than
again-
possibly lose me and not the whole party.
Well, then again, the question becomes, are you planning to, stop at the inn, or are you planning on stopping in the woods somewhere?
My character's all for stopping in the woods and finding a place to hide. I'd like to... I'm all about avoiding the inn.
Yeah, because you don't want to... we don't want to give him the chalice.
Yeah, a certain druid said, "Sure, we'll give you the artifact. I don't want to go back right now." Considering that,
I think specifically I said one will give you the artifact, which was me, so...
Yeah, and
I don't have the artifact.
well, and considering that demon has even more leverage, because he could probably say, I can get rid of that disease.
No, I definitely didn't write a possibility for his help in return for something at all. Why would I do that? Why would I give you that opportunity?
Yeah, I'm willing to risk T's life. I mean, I'm willing to risk it.
He wants nothing of that thing.
Alright, then I'm going to need someone to give me a survival check to find and conceal the campsite.
Oh, I'll try again.
Go for it.
I think we'll be
Yep,
fine.
that is perfectly fine. And that's a good enough roll that it doesn't even take extra time to do. So everybody go ahead and give me a watch rotation.
I'll take second watch.
He'll take first watch.
Okay.
I'll take third.
Okay. That means that she actually gets a night's sleep.
Okay.
Alrighty. So at this point, I am generally going to assume that, this is not a night where everybody's going to be doing a whole lot of other stuff. You're all kind of in a rush here. So you pretty much stop, make camp when you're ready to make camp, rather than with an extra hour or two to spare like you would usually do. So it's kind of so you don't have the normal hour or so to do other things before the rest period. Because you guys are in a bit of a rush, unless you guys want to spend that extra time. That's up to you.
Nope.
Nope.
Okay.
Nope.
Alrighty. Then as the other three go to their rest, AU, go ahead and give me a perception roll for your watch period. Okay. The spot you have is just south of the road, so it's actually opposite the road from where that inn was. You have a nice, comfortable spot. Honestly, it's actually remarkably comfortable. It's not quite, a bed in a nice building kind of comfortable, but there's soft moss around you. There's a bunch of trees that break the wind easily enough. You're even able to have a relatively safe fire for most of the night. It's a nice spot. And AU's watch passes pretty much without incident. And then it is, I believe, it was Casimir taking second?
Yep.
Okay. I'm going to go ahead and have his roll as well.
That was supposed to be a 19. It was on the 19.
Alrighty.
We're all dead.
4 mind players come out of the dark.
We'll let you know, just so it's clear. These perception rolls are because you don't know how well... that's basically determining how well you would determine if something is coming. It's not what determines if something is coming. That is actually a separate roll I am making privately. So, Casimir's had a rough few days. Now, mind you, obviously he hasn't gotten his flesh rotted off his bones yet, but he's seen some shit. And
Cramped on my helmet and tried to suffocate me.
Yeah, and also some of the shit he's seen is sleeping right over there to his right. And he's really not sure if he's going to wake up and knife him in the middle of the night. Casimir's had a rough. But, on the other hand, he's also accomplished quite a bit over the last week or so. He's been on the rush, not stopping, he's barely had a moment to breathe in the last week. But, this is very different from when he was home. When he was at home, he obviously, he had training, he had duties, he had things he had to do, and that kept him relatively busy. But he also had a lot more time to himself, and a lot of that time was spent having too much time to think, which is part of why he's not there anymore. Clearly. That, and obviously, not wanting his family to dictate his entire future.
Yes.
This has been very different. And this may be the first night in a while where he has actually felt comfortable enough and at peace enough and insulated enough from immediate threat of death to reflect and think and remember what he left behind and what possibly he may be going for.
I really should be writing family. I miss my mother. Fuck my father. Grandfather passed. I missed out on that. And I gotta set things right with me and my brother at some point. Same with my son. But why did it have to go this way? I didn't want it this way. My character, in a moment, just kind of pulls out a paper and he kind of starts, scribbling down a note that he might have sent off eventually, and kind of gets lost in his own writing, and kind of part journal, part, letter that might end up going to the family here, and just is getting in depth with that for a minute.
Okay, 1 second. Just doing a bit of reference in my list here.
Actually,
Okay.
or
Luckily, while Casimir is a bit absorbed, luckily, the camp is more than well enough concealed that the things out there do not stumble across it. And Casimir's watch passes without disaster. that roll I just made was a perception check to see if the local wildlife would get past the survival check, which was as much a stealth check for the camp as anything else. So,
Good job on the camp, guys.
Casimir's watch does in fact pass without much problem. And it is getting very close to sunrise when he wakes Kindle.
Hey, Kendall, wake up. It's your turn. Turn for your watch.
Okay.
By the way, if you do have that letter sent off, give me a copy of it.
We'll see.
Casimir
I might
sends it.
rethink it.
No, I'm just letting you know. If Casimir sends it, I'm going to need to know what he says to family. Why not?
No problem, no problem.
So,
Alright.
as Casimir beds down for the remainder of his sleep, Kindle sets up for the night.
Yep, I rolled a 14.
Yep, I can see that. Kindle's. This is the morning. This is the morning period right before sunrise, and it will go into the first hour or two of sunrise before everybody is up and around and able to move. It's quiet. This is always one of the quieter parts of the night right before sunrise. It's when a lot of the nighttime predators are finding their safe hollows to rest in. It's where a lot of the daytime wildlife either hasn't woken up yet or is just now starting to move around. But it's one of the quieter. Not quiet. It's never quiet unless something dangerous is around. But it's quieter. And Kindle actually has fewer distractions than normal to keep him occupied on the watch. He has plenty of time to write in his journal, of course, plenty of time to presumably at some point creepily stare at Chi while he's sketching her gross bits falling off, who knows?
Let me count the wins.
But overall, it goes by pretty smoothly. Now I have to check on something really quickly here. And
You know what? I think I got a cold.
here. Alrighty. Okay. Making it quick. Alrighty, okay. So, the night comes to a close. The day begins. And I'm going to make my roll for Chi here. Chi loses 9 from her maximum hit points for now. Until when she's cured, that goes away, obviously. But that should put her at, I believe, 17 max right now. that right?
No, because my max were 2.
Well, no, you can't regain hit points. Your max was still 26. You don't. The initial hit didn't reduce your max hit points. It made you the mummy rot makes you incapable of gaining hit points back. It reduces your max 24 hours later, and then every 24 hours thereafter. Your maximum still stays at what your maximum was. You just can't gain back up to that because you can't regain hit points while you're cursed.
Okay, I lost
Those
how
are
many?
2 separate effects, just to make that clear.
Yeah, so I lost 9 from 26.
That should put you at 17.
Yeah. What the fuck? Why are you this way? -9, you piece of trash. There.
If you're trying to do,
I got it.
you just override the max HP if that helps.
I got it. You just have to specifically put the minus sign back in front of it. I was trying to get it to just keep the 1 notation there,
Gotcha.
but apparently
I'll fix where it gave you 9 extra hit points. I fixed that.
Yeah.
Good. Alrighty. So luckily, unless things go horrible for you and you have a whole nother day and I dice Jesus on the next roll, you'll probably survive another 20.
Okay, so Kendall goes, wakes up everybody, wakes up Chi, looks at the ground at the rotted flesh that fell off her, and goes, "Hey, are we supposed to still keep that? Does that go back on?"
She just kind of looks at. We'll say she actually does have the deer antlers in her thumbnail there.
Makes sense to me.
She looks at the deer antler piece that fell and went, "Perhaps it will grow back." One has spent a great deal of time cultivating those. Months to properly form them.
Kendall smiles at Chi and goes, "Good. I didn't want to touch it anyway."
Yeah, it doesn't look anything like deer velvet. It definitely looks much worse than that. It looks like it's been there a while.
Looks like that. Looks like it might actually look more like tree branches growing out from the thumbnail there. But yeah, same idea.
It's up to you which way you want to play it as, if you want it to be more like wood or more like antler. Either way, perfectly fine by me. But you now have a new day before you. You can definitely reach the city before nightfall at this point if you push through and don't slow down too hard.
Sounds good. Let's do it.
Go.
Does anybody have any other preparations? You all do get a long rest.
Good to know.
Also,
I need AU to make me an Arcana check if she was doing something.
No spells.
Okay.
Also, I think it was awesome when I clicked long rest and it said use your key to give full hit points because I get key back on short rest. That was awesome. I like Monk.
Yes, nice. Okay,
Sorry.
give me a second here. I'm going to send you a message here.
Okay, so good berries. Keep that.
I'm going to send you a quick clarifying question.
Okay.
Answer is always yes.
Maybe.
Maybe.
There's a Godzilla. I knew there was a Godzilla.
It's always a Godzilla.
Any of you guys see the trailer that the Green Ranger's family showed out of the movie he was about to make?
I've been seeing pictures of it, but I've not actually seen it itself. Every time he pops up, I'm filled with incredible sadness.
Yeah, it's a really crappy CGI trailer, but just the family side of the relationship.
That's good.
Yeah, I definitely saw what they were working on, and it looked like it would be good.
Right.
So, does anybody, while I'm finishing up this bit, does anybody have any particular preparations they want to make for the day?
None that I need to make. I'm all ready to go.
Let me just double check, go through my spells, just to make sure there's no different 2s that I would rather have. I think we pretty much have the ones that we need right now.
You probably should cast that stealth spell on the way back to town because big thing's easier.
Let's see here.
The only thing I did was eat my one remaining ration because I had to throw all 9 others away because I couldn't carry them apparently.
Yeah, I guess I'll tick off another ration.
And you only took 3 days worth of rations, so yeah.
I'm Kendall. If I run out of food, I'll just say cast and he won't mind.
Will he notice? That's the real question.
Probably not.
Well, the thing is, Kendall wouldn't even ask in the first place. He'll just take it.
That's why I asked if he would even notice.
Let's try. Steps. That's actually really fucking cool.
Who knows? Kendall might have been eating half the cast's rations the entire time. Nobody knows.
And we'll swap that out for. I just saw it. God damn it! Where'd it go? There it is.
No, thank you. I'm full.
Go there. Damn, now I'm actually kind of caught there. Alright, give me just a second. Do another thing. Well, okay, I have a new spell that I have to reflavor. Okay, well, we don't have souls passing without a trace now. Or quite as passing of souls. We no longer have that.
That's the way you want to handle it.
However,
it's the kind of thing that you need. It's most useful when you know when you're going to be absorbed.
Yes.
Gotcha.
However, we do have useful for long-term overland travel. But go ahead.
We do have a new spell. It is going to be it'll be Wrathful Soul. It is going to be a reflavor of Dust Devil.
Okay. Could be handy.
Indeed. I am actually been kind of curious to try this one out for a little while, so it was either going to be that or Enhanced Ability, and I was like, I'm really kind of torn, and either one was going to get a reflavor anyway, and I was like, I just need to roll a dice to see what I get, and I was like, 11 plus will get Enhanced, and then 10 and down, well, I rolled a 2.
You should have picked Enhanced Ability and gave Kendall muscles.
Well, usually when I look at that spell, it's either for Bear's Endurance or the other one that I'll do with it is either Eagle's Splendor or Owl's Wisdom. Those are usually the 3 I go to with Enhanced Ability, so.
I usually go to whatever the person that I'm enhancing is about to roll next.
Is it a reaction? No, it's not. I think it's an A.
No, but
yeah,
it's something that, like, if I know I'm buffing an ally, I go with whatever they need right now.
Let's see.
You can pick any of the 6 when you cast a spell. You don't have to prep one version like you used to.
Oh, that is really handy.
Yeah, you can pick whichever one is appropriate for the moment. You don't. You have to. If one casting gives you that one ability, it's not like you can swap it back and forth, but you don't have to prepare Owl's Wisdom. You prepare Enhance Ability, and you select Owl's Wisdom when you cast the spell.
Oh, that is really handy.
It makes the spell a lot more useful that way.
Yes.
Yeah.
And it means that you don't just ignore a couple of them forever. So, but just to make sure, Lynn, did that give you pretty much what you were looking for?
Definitely.
Okay, good. Alrighty, so you guys set off again. The route is roughly the same, just backwards, as the one you took to get here. And it's following roads, so it's not particularly hard to figure out where you're going. There aren't any rolls required to do this. At one point, you do come across, sitting in the center of the road, there is just a cart, and it's an oversized cart that looks like it was being drawn by something that has collapsed into a pile of bones on the ground. And there are 4 bodies around it, like they were guards walking along the cart, along with the cart. All of them are splayed out across the ground.
That isn't normal for these parts.
Anything obvious like that might have made off after it did this, like big tracks or anything, or does it look like they just dropped
That
dead?
depends on whether you want to make me a survival check to buy some truck.
Nah, I'll let someone better at that.
Of course, you'd also have to like get close to be sure. Either way, I'm describing what you're seeing from some distance away because you guys have been a little bit gun shy so far. So I'm assuming that you know,
It's fair.
Okay.
are a distance away before you make your decisions about how you want to interact.
Maybe we'll go take a look.
Okay.
So she can, vamp if need be.
The smell hits you before you even get close. This is a corpse cart. There were bodies piled in the back of it, and the 4 bodies on the floor look like it looks like they've been dead a week or so. Whatever was leading this thing was some sort of an animal, and there is not a single piece of flesh left on it. As you get closer, it is very clear, like this was somebody transporting a pile of bodies.
He figures probably when they killed the vampire thing that whatever was magic in him broke. So yeah, she's just gonna go back.
But so we have at least one creature that was skinned.
It was a skeletal creature of some sort.
Yeah.
Rather than a zombie, it was a skeleton. The rest of the other 4 were some sort of undead, most of it still had flesh on them, so zombified of some kind, and then there's all the corpses in the back. The primary difference between skeletons and zombies is whether they still have any of the meat left after.
Yeah.
Ah,
I think we broke their transport. Let's keep going.
At least something good came out of this whole endeavor.
indeed.
There are probably about 24 bodies, like, stacked up in the back of this cart. Also, this cart is, in fact, facing the same way you're going. This was a transport from, not to, where you just came from.
So they were coming back to the city
Yes.
and hoping to get in.
I don't.
That's not good. They felt bold enough that they thought they could do that with that many bodies. That's not a good sign. Anyone got a spare torch so we can burn the bodies on our way back, just in case?
You don't need
Sure,
a
my
torch
character
for that. You
torch.
don't. Yeah, you don't even need it. You don't even need a torch for that.
Oh yeah, that's right. I can shooting stars, or not shooting stars, but starfire it.
You can. You can also literally just click some flint and stone together and set the whole thing on fire as if it were a torch.
This is true.
It's a bunch of rotting bodies on a wooden cart. It will burn. The question is, will it spread? That's the only real question.
The one time we need lamp oil.
Oh, no, I more meant if you leave a burning cart behind you in a road in the woods, have you just caused a major ecological disaster?
Oh, yeah. Let's not sit up. Let's not turn this place into California. Let's not do
Okay.
She may joke about setting the forest on fire, but she does in fact know that that might not be always the best idea. Even if it is fairly wet around here, that fire could cause all kinds of problems if it spreads too far.
Yeah.
That being said, that just means if you have to take some precautions, but
We don't have
that is absolutely
We don't
an
have the
option.
time for that, yeah. We can always let somebody know about the corpse cart on the way once we get in, and I'm not rotting to death.
Sounds like a plan.
Let's do that.
Alrighty.
If they reanimate, then, we'll have other problems, but...
We'll fix the rot and then we'll get you look at our options.
Yeah. Okay, so we will continue on then.
As you continue on, it's probably late afternoon. It's not sunset, but it is definitely late afternoon when the city comes into sight. Luckily, it is not on fire. There's not a major disaster. There's still a city here. That part you're sure about. You're not quite sure what's going on inside exactly, what with the concerns that you have just raised. But at the very least, the city is here, and there are in fact guards at a city gate letting people in. So, at the very least, it's not full-scale quarantine or whatever.
That's a good sign.
Yeah.
They do, however, absolutely stop the four of you at the gate, and keeping specifically Chi at halberd distance, basically demand to know where you're going with the plague rat. Because she kind of looks like she has the plague right now. Well, she doesn't look like she has the plague, but she definitely looks sick, and they're a bit concerned.
To be restored.
She has an ailment. We need to get her to the clerics to get looked at.
The guards pause for a moment and then just indicate for you to wait, and then goes to get his watch officer, who comes out and asks which temple you're going to. There are several, of course. There's a number of gods that are fairly commonly worshipped in quote-unquote civilized society. Any one of them could probably help. But it just kind of he is basically asking not because I need to know which one you care about personally, but because you're being given an escort to keep other people away from you, just in case you're,
Which one's the nicest, closest god?
The one that, is healing friendly.
Kendall
most of them are.
looks at everybody. I never worshipped her, but other halflings say Udella is the greatest mom ever, and she makes good beer. So is one of those there?
The primary ones that you would be able to find here would be for ones that you would probably think of for healing specifically would probably be either Sol the Living Sun or Verwarian the Guardian. Other gods could help, obviously. But I don't think that the trickster goddess or the thief god are necessarily the ones you would think of first for I need healing right now. the sun god is a god of wrath and purity. Definitely can get healing there. Of course, the guardian god is all about protecting people, so could also very much pop up first in somebody's mind.
I made my suggestions. I don't.
Let's go with the guardian.
Alrighty. The escort is arranged. It takes about 10 minutes to pull enough people to create a ring of 4 people around you, and it's less to keep you. It's more to keep people away from you and make sure that you don't brush up against somebody and spread your miasma or whatever the fuck people in this period think about diseases.
Ding out, you're dead. Ding ding.
That's what the bad guys want. That's what the bad guys want.
But you are absolutely brought to the Church of Verwerin. The Temple of Verwerin is not a particularly tall structure, but atop it there sits. They're always very distinctive when you have those larger churches of this particular deity, because the 3 statues on top are of 3 angelic figures with their wings outspread and up, which creates a pool of shade over the doorway, because it's always on the steeple right above, straight up from the door, and it creates a pool of shade over the doorway, which is part of Verwerin's mythology, is that at one point he stood between the sun god and man and protected man from his scorching wrath. And so it's just kind of one of those bits of religious significance. Entering the guards escort you into the church, and then pretty much stack up at the door, kind of making it clear you're not leaving until this is dealt with, just in case.
No.
They do insist that all 4 of you go inside, because after all, you've been in close proximity. Just in case.
AU is not liking this at all. At all.
But I will let you know, for AU's benefit, that Verwerin is one of the, at least for people that AU would be around, the kind of people that AU knows, he'd be one of the less judgmental faiths. His entire thing is the protection of civilization, of people. He is the god of guardians. That is his entire portfolio. He is the shield that stands between chaos and man, so to speak.
Kendall looks around and nudges Cass and goes, "You know, Cass, I never understood this whole god thing. I get that you could pray to a god, but the god ever talked to me back, I'd get a little nervous."
He just kind of turns and looks at Kendall and just says nothing.
He just looks at Kendall and goes, "The things you have seen, and that is what you would be nervous over?" Gestures to the other wooden, the other piece of tree branch growing from her head that's, still there. Then gestures to the empty one, the missing one.
Respect the faithful, especially when they stay out of your business.
The priest the priest that comes out is, well, there are multiple types of priests of the Verwelite faith. The 2 primary types are the Salveri and the Warderi. The Warderi are warrior priests that go forth and protect people physically. The Salveri tend to be more focused on the healing aspect and that sort of thing. And one of the Salveri priests is who is available at the moment. He does come out. He does, ask, he introduces himself as Father Barnabas and asks how he can help.
Go on, show them where the monster touched you.
Yeah, she explains that an undead abomination wreaked some kind of curse upon her, that she has no ability to heal from, and she can actively feel it, rotting her, essentially.
Please, come. Has anyone else felt anything similar here?
I felt nothing, but the creature also tried to touch me, but I don't believe it had an effect on me.
Come along anyway. He leads the two of you back to another room and has each of you sit down, and then takes a small eyepiece from a desk nearby. And, it's clearly some sort of a magical item, and he uses it to give you each, to look through it at each of you. Nods quietly at Casimir and says, "You're going to be alright, don't worry about it." Looks at Chi, and immediately pauses and goes, okay. You need the help, however. He sets it back aside, and starts preparing some of his components. He does advise you that typically this sort, there are expected donations to the church, etc. However, as the four of you seem to be fairly capable people, if you don't mind looking into something for me, I think we can waive the cost, so to speak.
May I ask what the arrangement is first?
Of course. People are missing, and, well, he kind of just gives you a quick up and down look, gives Chi a quick up and down look. You're clearly mercenaries of some sort.
My character nods.
Now, that being said, I do not want to see anyone else harmed. So I would very much appreciate if you didn't just charge in blindly to your doom. But if you can find out what's going on, maybe we would have enough. Something going on near the docks, and that's not an area that the guardsmen are particularly interested in at the moment. There's been some sort of kerfuffle in the noble quarters that's been taking up all of their attention.
Always the nobility.
And we don't have enough Wardari to cover everything we need to cover. So if you wouldn't mind investigating, finding out what's going on, then we'll call it even.
Acceptable.
This sounds equitable.
All right. Then give me just a moment. It takes him a few moments, I believe, if I'm remembering correctly. 1 second. I have to make sure. I think this is, in fact, is a ritual spell, right? Remove Curse is a ritual spell?
Think?
No, it actually is not a ritual spell. Okay. But he says a quiet prayer, touches Chi's forehead, and while she doesn't immediately look fine exactly, the gray patches and the bubbly bits do fade almost immediately.
And to let you all know, Kendall, without you even noticing, wandered off and is now pestering a priest over there, asking questions like, "If your god talked to you, what does it sound like? It sounds like if I got turned into a dog and died, would I still go to heaven?"
The answers that you get are, he moves us when it's necessary, and, well, your spirit would be intact, so I suppose you would go wherever you would normally go. I don't know what god you ascribe to. But you would become a petitioner like anyone else.
Are you doing her best to blend into the background? She does know.
Yeah, the person that Kendall was talking to is one of the older acolytes. Basically a priest in training.
But pretty much, Chase, imagine just like a 12-year-old asking inane questions because...
Yes, and that's why I'm telling you he's actually giving you answers. because he's one of the older and more, like, he's used to dealing with children.
Okay.
And the Church of Verwerin is not, in fact, like Southern Baptist Church where they hit you for asking questions, especially since this is a fantasy world where you know the gods exist, so you're probably not asking dumb questions like, how do you know your god exists, while the person in the other room is using the power of God to heal your friend.
Kendall nods to each answer and goes, okay, one more. How do you know which god is the good god to worship for you, because there's so many gods and they're fighting each other all the time, and... Wait, where am I going with this?
The answer you get to that is basically, what could possibly be wrong with protecting people? Why would I want to do anything else with my life? I'm helping everyone.
Oh, Kendall's getting multi-class into cleric because of this. I love it. No, I'm kidding.
Technically, he has the wisdom for it, but...
I could actually do that, but...
No, God.
He's gonna have a religious vision.
Oh boy.
Oh, I'm kidding. I had to say it. Go ahead.
The general tenets of Verweirite faith is self-sacrifice, if it was, when necessary, protection of every person, good, bad, or indifferent. They will protect evil people just as much as good people. However, that doesn't. They don't let evil just go unanswered. But they do have, like, a certain amount of respect for, like, the rule of law rather than vigilantism, so they would rather see someone pay for their crimes in a more lawful way than lynch mobs, so to speak. That being said, they obviously they do have warrior priests that will go out there and smite the fuck out of the evil, if that's what it takes. They are all about guarding people and civilization against things that would threaten people or civilization. That is the core tenet of the religion.
I will be right back.
And you would still stay in the fuck in a corner because she doesn't like smitey things regardless. Too much bad experience with almost being smoked.
Well, I was letting Jay know that because he is asking a bunch of questions of a person who is absolutely willing to answer them. So that's why I'm giving him that. He can extrapolate from there what he wants to.
Nope. He was like, in a church, churches are bad. Too much bad things happen in church. Nope.
Funny thing, there is in fact an actual literal god of thievery who got their power by stealing their godhood.
That's always pretty awesome.
Their name is Faris. Faris.
Case, out of context question, consider Kendall's race in the whole god thing. Since Kendall was... Did he actually have a god?
That's up to you. I'm not making that decision for you.
I'm just by the racist description. Anyway.
Well, you're making... well, I want to point out that, like, you have a lot of freedom. I gave you specifically a lot of freedom to determine how Kendall feels and how his people would feel about things. So that really is very much up to you. If you want me to at some point, I will go over a list of... Like, I can go over a bunch of deities. I can work with you to create a new one if there is one that is... If you feel like there's one that you would feel would be more appropriate. This world has open space for players to create things. This world was designed with that intention that players would have the option to add their mark to it in various ways if they chose to.
Alright, thanks. Sorry,
Yep.
my brain is so cloudy and I'm just like...
No worries. No, it's definitely not a problem. I'm letting you know, like, that is things that you can absolutely work with me on. That's what I was getting at when you were creating Kindle, and half of my answers to you were, well, what do you think? Like, that wasn't me being smarmy. That was me saying, like, you get to make a lot of this up. Because Aristria is, in many ways, it's kind of, in many ways it fits into D&D because it was designed as a D&D world, but it has a lot of room for people to create interpretations of things. There are a lot of things that are not standard D&D lore here, in many ways. There's a bunch of things that are just, because of something that exists in this world, it affects something else and changes how that thing applies to a normal D&D world. For example.
I got you. Like I said, I was just asking the question. Kendall, I made him godless because he actually doesn't even know where he belongs at the moment. So that's just a future thing that I just was wondering if it was anything.
That is totally
future.
fine.
Yeah.
People like, as long him not worshiping a god, him not having a god that he feels is for him, that's totally fine. As long as he's not trying to pretend that the gods don't exist, that would probably make him crazy.
See, that's the funny thing about D&D. Atheists in the real world, I'm asking questions and looking for proof. Atheists in D&D, I'm just ignoring shit and being a little bit of a bitch.
Yeah, I already pointed out that
D&D. Atheists in the D&D world are fucking flat earthers, okay?
I already pointed out Kendall definitely knows there's gods with the comment when we enter the temple.
Yeah, absolutely. And the person that he's talking, like, for the most part, like, Kendall is a very hyperactive person, but one thing that Kendall isn't is a complete idiot. He is not a moron. So he knows enough about the world around him to know, and he's also not deliberately an asshole. When he's asking questions, he's being genuine about them. That's part of why he's getting positive responses from this person, because he's genuinely curious, and this person that's part of their job is to answer questions like that. So this is a perfect situation for Kendall to ask every question he can think of until he gets bored.
Oh my.
He will.
Absolutely, and that's kind of like, this sort of a place is the kind of place where someone like Kendall can go, ask a bunch of questions, and as long as he's not either being a dick about it and like trying to, if he was doing that whole thing, you're trying to catch somebody in a gotcha, that gets tiresome very quickly, obviously, or if he were like deliberately antagonizing the faith, that would be a problem. But he's not the kind of person that does that sort of thing. He's also not the kind of person to ask the same question a dozen times, because he'll remember the answer.
Yeah. he might forget he asked it for a couple of minutes.
Yeah, no worries. Aaron's going to be another minute, he says. Apparently the beer side of espresso was a bit much for his system.
Pushed his gut a little too far.
Pretty much, John. This is Kendall. Kendall, ask a bunch of questions and then go. And about this, you already asked that question, son. Oh yeah, I did. That was a good answer, by the way.
Well, since we got a moment. Oh, go ahead.
Well, I'll go ahead.
Since we got a moment, I'll go ahead and tell you I have been working on a little bit of the backstory. It's been a slow process. I've just not found anything that's been coming to there. I got a basic family kind of made out in the head right now, but nothing written down per se.
Yeah, there's no super rush on it. I'm giving you guys opportunities to create. I'm not expecting you guys to write me novels. Lynn kind of did, but I don't expect everyone to do that.
Give you 4 paragraphs. It's good enough for me.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Regret nothing.
What was that?
Said I regret nothing.
I like the writing. There's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, that's totally fine. Like, you fleshed out the entire Thieves Guild of Snake Rock Landing for me.
John,
fun.
speaking of that, was it just a joke, or did you want to try to get together and try to make a little joint thing between Kendall and Cass?
We can make stuff up on the fly. I'm kind of more.
Okay. Yeah.
I always kind of like spontaneous stuff and try to remember the continuity.
Yeah, I
of it.
know. But we were joking about that last game. And I was just wondering if.
But I'll
wanted
put
to
it this way:
actually
we definitely met on the boat, and
Yeah.
I will say, from my character's point of view, since my character does have a little brother, that Kendall definitely fits that spot quite nicely and brings a little bit of home to Cass. I got nothing truly kind of plotted out for that in my head. But if you got an idea or two, feel free to share.
Like I said, we were joking about it, like in private chat. I was just wondering if, now that you were talking about backstory, if you actually wanted to do that. That's all.
Well, I guess since Aaron's gone, I thought it was a good time to kind of bring it up.
I'm glad you don't, because my brain don't work.
My brain don't work half the time either. But I will ask this, Chase. My idea was that even the I can't remember the name of the race now. What's my character trace again?
Generosity?
Yeah, I'm figuring that that's just kind of a rare thing, still kind of where I come from,
Yeah.
unless you have something
Absolutely.
brought up, so, like...
Now, Genasi are definitely not common. Now, I will say they're not completely unheard of, but they're not common. They're a minority, definitely. However, this world, I'm gonna let you guys in on a little bit of the lore behind this. There was a set of gods before the current set of gods, and those were elemental primordial gods. Their whole thing was that they were, in many ways, they were the stuff that creates the world, like that the world is made up of. And they really did not, like, they had very little regard for mortals. Like, they didn't hate mortals, they weren't trying to wipe mortals out, they just didn't particularly care if they walked through an area and everyone around them burned to death because they're made of fire. That just wasn't a concern for them. Various societies made pacts with them, various societies were around them. The Genasi exist because of those, like, some of those pacts created bloodlines that were then affected permanently, and that created Genasi bloodlines. So that's, you are at some point, I believe you were in Air Genasi, so at some point or another, someone in your history was someone who made some sort of a pact or had some sort of a connection to the primordials of the air.
That's fair. Yeah, that makes sense.
It was like 1,500 to 2,000 years ago that the primordials were overthrown by the current crop of deities, who are the deities of civilization, man, etc. So the current crop of deities are the ones that are about concepts, whereas the primordials were about the base stuff of creation.
See, I kind of like wish this stuff popped up more on like D&D podcasts when people just kind of go through the creation process, not just the players, but the DM, and like the meeting of two ideas and like kind of what pops up at it. This is the stuff that always like very fascinating, interesting.
This is what Session 0 was supposed to be about, but we didn't. we got a little distracted.
That's true.
All right, I'm back-ish.
Welcome back.
Wait, on a side note, Chase, if this temple is the kind of temple that gives out instructional material, Kendall would probably gladly take it, so let me know if I gotta randomly add it somewhere.
I mean, you can absolutely get something, but I mean, I'll be honest, like, this kind of, not everybody is literate, so it's not really like they have a lot of pamphlets exactly.
Okay.
But he will absolutely be happy to speak with you anytime you show up.
And Kendall will be happy to have a new friend.
For the record, like I said, several of the others, like several other temples in town as well. The priests of Soul are slightly less patient, in some ways, but they're not. That's the older priests tend to be a lot more of the grumpy old man, fire and brimstone type, because their god is literally the god of the sun. The Virerites tend to be a lot more patient because they are a lot more focused on protection and kindness. That's not to say that it's not to say that the soul worshippers are not decent people. It's more that they tend to be a lot more hardline.
I'm not going to even worry about that because Kendall, growing up in the monastery, knows how to respect certain attitudes of older people. So automatically, he would go out of his way not to offend.
Yeah, I'm giving you guys some information because this is stuff that hasn't really come up a whole lot yet. So I'm letting you guys know a few things. You can always ask questions. But at this point, it's a few moments later, and she and Casimir are released from the back room, and basically told, as you are all stepping out, and to say, if you find information, bring it here. Please, I know you will need some time to rest and recover. You don't have to do this immediately, just come back sometime within the next few days.
We will. Thank you for your help. And my character, I guess, walks off to the rest of them. Is she coming?
Yeah.
Hey, just keeping her hood up and getting the hell out of there. Kind of like a quick step.
Kendall walks over to Cass and goes, "Hey, Cass, my new friend over there. He said that people of this god makes healing drinks. Maybe we should ask about those."
Not the worst idea. We're coming back here eventually. We can ask then, but for now, let's get back and get everything we have unloaded.
As we leave out, Kendall waves the older priest and goes, "Thanks, bye."
That's the elder priest is Father Barnabas. He just nods in acknowledgement. The kid he was talking to is a little bit more gregarious. All right, so where do you all intend to go now? It is still probably an hour or two before sunset, so you do have a little bit of time if you want to do something before you go and find a place to sleep.
So, should we let the watch know anything about this? Anyone else we should let know about what we found?
Probably actually, talking about the watch, go talk to one of Chi's pets, the guy that's in the watch, I think is what it was. Let me check. Where's my notes?
Yep.
Tor, yeah. I'm going to go
Yep.
talk to him and let him know about, what we've seen out there, and that it appears that once the vampire was slain, that at least that batch of undead seem to have died off. And I let him know about the corpse cart, too.
Okay. He's troubled would be a polite way to put it. He's not missing the implications of how brazen this was, or that someone less than 2 days walk from here was raising dozens of corpses at a time. He does not miss the implications of that. He is definitely very concerned, and he absolutely is going to be passing this up the chain. He does ask if you know exactly where this lair is and can mark it on a map for him. He doesn't assume that you do, so you do have the opportunity to say no if you want to.
Our gold.
Let's see. She does reasonably trust him enough.
He's absolutely asking because he's going to have other people go there.
Yeah.
He's pretty explicit about that. Like he wants to try and arrange for a group of people to go there and ensure that it is permanently cleared out.
Also, when we're talking to the
It's
guard,
already handled.
Yeah.
also when we're talking,
That's already been.
It
Go
has
ahead.
been emptied already. I was in really bad state at the time, so I would probably not be the best one to ask for the way back.
If you're sure that it's clear, we don't really have the manpower anyway, but that's the kind of thing we need to check out. But if you're sure that it's clear, I'll report that.
She nods in, confirming that she is sure that it is cleared out.
All right. We will have somebody go up the road a bit. We can't just leave that in the road. You said it was what, about a half day away? Okay, that's not too far. I can get a patrol sent out there. We can at least have the bodies buried.
Might be best if they were burned.
We'll let the priests worry about that part. We'll let them decide. They'll know better than I would.
Yeah.
Anything
hi,
else?
Mako. Kendall's looking at Cass, kind of jumping up and down as if as they're trying to get his attention, even though they're talking to the guard.
What?
Can I have like 50 of those gold pieces? My friend the Temple, he said that if I wanted some good literature, there's a new bookstore down in the market, and I just want to buy some stuff.
Look. Wait. We'll go back. We'll grab more gold. Buy all the literature you want. I need to buy myself a mace. I'm sorry.
Oh, Kendall looks down, kicks the ground, and goes, "Oh, that's not fair."
The guard cocks half an eyebrow as he hears Casimir say this openly in front of him,
God damn it.
but doesn't challenge it because he is there.
She just kind of like gives the squinty-eyed stare at the two of them and kind of like half shoos them out.
I forgot I was there. I'm sorry.
You are all responding to things this man has said, so I am assuming that you are all there unless someone tells me different.
You're fine. You're fine. It's funny.
I'm gonna give Lynn a similar warning. If you tell the Thieves Guild where that shit is, it'll be gone when you get back.
Pretty much. So yeah, you're not gonna do that.
Our secret little hideaway place is quickly not being secret.
And it's all Kendall and Cass's fault.
You guys,
you're the one that first brought it up now. Don't be lumping it without us.
You guys have not told them where it is, and this guy is picking up on the reason why very quickly. He is not an idiot.
Right.
But he's also not pushing it because this was something that a friend was reporting to him, and he doesn't want to particularly betray her trust.
I need to apologize. My brain fog totally didn't register. We're at the Thieves Guild, all of us. But honestly,
no, we are at the freaking like where one of the city watch are.
You're talking to a guard watchman.
Yeah. But I'm gonna tell you, my brain fog didn't register that. But that is totally something Kendall would have done anyway. So I'm gonna keep.
Absolutely.
No. And Casimir's so used to answering Kindle on the spot now. Yeah, it's funny.
Yeah, and there's no, like I said, I'm emphasizing that this is more of just a cute moment. There's not actually any horrible consequences for this.
She literally looks at like her companion and goes, "And I'm the one with the rusty people skills."
I drop a gold coin in the guy's pocket.
He kind of stares at you and goes. He kind of stares at you and literally pushes it back into your hand. It's like, please don't try to bribe a guardsman in open daylight.
I didn't even know it was an open day.
She's just literally shaking her head at this point.
All right. We're done. That's good. Let's move on. We're done.
That's if he leaves. That's what she says to Cass and Kendall.
Let's move on. Let's move on. I'm done.
In those exact words, she goes a little fey and her hair starts to float.
By the way, as that happens, Kendall just gives Cass the evil side-eye dog look and just goes, "Oh, you give him money? He's not going to read anything."
Oh man, I'm sorry. The image of you trying to tip a cop outside the police station is hilarious to me.
Look, I'm an idiot. This is why I don't like playing social characters. Let's please move on.
I'm sorry, it's just a really funny picture.
Yeah, I know. I please, guys. I'd really like to move this on. I'm kind of.
Don't worry. At this point, where else does everyone intend to go?
I told you want to go, but that won't give me goddamn money.
I'll find you later. And she goes back. She goes back to her orphanage, but not really, because this is some serious shit.
Alrighty, so AU is vanishing into the bowels of the seedy underbelly of the town.
Exactly.
He will separate from the two chatterboxes, because God only knows what they will say on their own, in her presence next, and she doesn't need to know. She at this point is for her own sanity getting away from Kendall. And she's going to go talk. She is going to go talk to Ascendra for a while and just kind of see what's been going on in the city while they've been away.
Okay.
He still only has 2 hit points.
Yes.
Yeah.
I will let you know that the majority of what she is going to find out over the course of the evening is essentially that nothing has quite changed exactly. Like, there's not a bunch of whole, like, big new news, but there's that the air in town is definitely, like, an air of tension. It's like everything is the same, but slightly worse. Like, there's a definite serious tension in town. Like, somebody just attacked a noble estate, Nobody knows what the fuck's going on with that. That was Hugo, by the way. There's
I wanted
yeah.
to say something as Kendall, but that was one of the things I didn't want to say.
I mean, the guards know that you did that. It's like you're not under any threat, but there's rumors going around town. And Cassandra is not a person who's connected to the guards or to nobility, so she's not a person who knows what actually happened. So the rumors she's hearing is, oh my god, someone murdered a whole noble family and burned down their house. Oh my god, if they're not safe, who is? Like, that's kind of how the rumors are spreading, you know? Because this is very much like there's multiple layers of telephone going on here, obviously.
Right.
There are, there's rumors that something is eating people, over in like the dockyards, but the guards aren't doing anything about it, and how dare they? And that comes off much more like chemtrails turning the frogs gay level of conspiracy theory, because the way she describes it is there's a huge monster wandering the docks eating people at random and nobody's doing anything about it. Don't go there, you'll get eaten by the Kraken.
Here.
Like there's obviously like there's certain levels of bullshit mixed in with all of what's probably actually happening, but you definitely are getting a sense that like the city hasn't had any major changes in the last few days, but definitely people are more worried than they were. The Kraken story is new. You're pretty sure there's not a Kraken. You're pretty sure you would have noticed that from outside the city.
Yeah.
Krakens are big.
Like bigger than boats, so yeah.
Yeah, you would have seen that over the city wall if that was going on. And probably somebody would be doing something about that, but it's not like Cassandra knows what a Kraken actually is.
Release the Kraken!
She does her best to kind of like calm Cassandra down a little bit, and because talk to me first. If it was a Kraken, I would have seen it, literally before coming back.
Invisible Kraken. That's the kind of answer. Like, she is clearly viewing this as much as entertainment as anything else.
Yeah.
This is a woman who works at a brothel. She hears shit from everywhere, and most of it is the most inane, boring shit ever. She has to entertain herself somehow.
Yeah.
Talk to this, ma'am.
She tells her about
Mr.
the vampire fight because, again, entertaining her. Also tells her, about the mummy rod incident.
She physically recoils at the description of that. Like, she physically pulls back from you for a few minutes until she can, like, visually assess that you are not, in fact, dripping your own skin off right now.
Yeah.
And then she
gestures to the missing tree branch and goes, "That seems to be the most lingering effect now." The god's name is Valerite, was it, you said?
What was that?
The Valer, was that the god's name? The guardian?
Verlaren.
Verlaren.
I'll spell it for you here.
Okay.
Yep. And then she looks shocked at She and goes, "Yes, but do you know if you have the crotch rod or not?"
There are potions for that,
Yeah, I was gonna say there's potions for that.
Ironically enough, this is a place you could have come to get certain types of those potions. Because you have a connection here. Obviously, they're not normally for sale for the public, but with you and AU's connections here, it wouldn't have been Remove Curse, but you could have gotten a Remove Disease potion here.
Yeah.
For some reason, they like to have those on hand here.
Oh, obviously, for some reason.
Just burns. I don't know why.
That is the burning one.
Indeed. Let's see, I guess might wait till tomorrow before I go check up on the old man, because I'm in no condition to help him if I am hurt. Because I have a friend who's the old man at the docks.
No, I mean, come on. You still have 2 whole hit points left.
Yeah.
You're literally hobbling around.
You could, in fact, take 1 punch from an average human being right now without dying.
Yeah, yeah.
I'll trip on a stone.
Though I will point out, I do want to point one thing out, because this is actually why I specified the HP thing, the max HP thing earlier. Because your max HP wasn't actually 2, that just was what you could heal up to right now, 4 damage was not insta-kill. They would have to take you to negative 26 for you to actually have died outright. So you still would have gotten death saves on most things.
That'd be a good name for the old man at the docks for this area,
That
or do you...
works for me.
Okay.
Yeah, that works perfectly fine for me. This is there's a lot of people here that have come here from other places, so melting pot names are perfectly fine. The father's name was Barnabas, for God's sake. That is definitely not a native name.
Yeah.
Ruth! Old Papa Barney is going through things. Hey. Whatever.
Why is my wife singing sea chanties?
So, he is going to go ahead and just rest for the rest of the night, then, I assume?
Yeah, just kind of like, eating, drinking, talking with her, and, then getting to sleep later on.
Okay.
So that I'm not a walking pile of, almost dead.
I will say getting a good meal into you does wonders for making you feel better, and you definitely are starting to feel like you're still obviously not, fully recovered physically, but spiritually, at the very least, you don't feel like you're about to vomit your organs out overnight.
Yeah.
I'm gonna assume that Cass actually gave Kendall the money he needed for the books, so Kendall would stop begging him for 10 minutes.
That's actually the next question, is where you two are going.
I guess I'm heading to a weapon shop to see if I can get a sturdier, blunt object to swing at people. That is a weapon.
Okay. Are you, in fact, taking Kendall with you, or are you throwing your money at him and hoping he goes away?
Since I'm a mercenary, what's off chance a good mace would cost me?
They're not terribly expensive. Let me check on specifics real quick.
I've not looked myself. I'm just kind of...
Yeah, no worries. I don't actually physically own a PHB, so I have to look these things up online. It just takes a second.
No problem.
Also,
5 gold will get you a mace.
Yeah,
You could probably... depending on what kind of a weapon you actually want, you could potentially do better than a mace. You are trained in every melee weapon, after all. You are, in fact, a fighter.
Also, Cass, I would like you to know, every time you're if Kendall's with you, every time you're at the shop and mention a mace, Kendall will pipe up and say, you can punch it for free.
I don't...
do want to let you know that maces are simple melee weapons. You are qualified for martial weapons. You could get one of those if you would rather. I'm not saying you have to. You do have this option.
I probably will. Yeah, I'll hand him the gold, but let me figure out what I'm buying real fast just to make sure it's not too...
how about I just link this to you? There you go.
That works. I was about to look through the thing there.
Chase, you know why I need the material, so I need the DM to actually give me money and how much that actually would be.
I only got 125 on me.
The question is, I need to make sure, is this something where you're trying to, for example, train the religion skill over time?
No, this is the books and stories of monk heroes, so I can...
Right. No, I'm making sure. I'm only making sure because I wanted to be certain, whether that's how in depth you were getting, or whether you're looking more for just in general.
Since he was asking the questions, the priest literally said there's a place that opened with stories and stuff, and of course that's what he wants to.
Yeah, and that's definitely not difficult to find.
I
Probably,
maybe...
I would say a good probably for a decent collection, of 2 or 3 different, books of stories and that sort of thing, you could probably get something like that for about 10 gold.
Okay, so no matter how much Cass gives him the remaining gold, Kendall will give it back.
Okay. I'll go ahead and, make sure that you note that down.
How much gold are you taking again?
How much you want to give me, but you just won't get 10. You just won't get 10 back. Because
you're only losing 10 gold for his stuff.
I'll hand him
Kendall's
20
asking for 50 because he doesn't know how much it's going to cost.
I hand you 20.
Yeah, he's saying that you're getting the rest back, so you only have to deduct.
Okay, I
Yeah.
gotcha. I'm a little focused on just skimming through the weapons.
Yeah,
so,
like
sorry.
I said, Kendall was asked for 50 because he doesn't know how much it would cost. So
Yep.
Sure, you'll get it. Yeah.
But yeah, you can go ahead and mark down like mythology books if that would help you remember.
Yep.
I guess I'll pick up a Warhammer if I'm proficient in it. I think I am. Yeah.
You're
I am.
proficient. You are a fighter. You are proficient in everything. If it is a weapon, you are proficient. To be entirely honest, I'm surprised fighters aren't proficient in siege weaponry.
Wait, it's vestigial. Yeah, that's what I want. Yeah, I'll take that.
Yep, sounds fine to me.
is there a
You now
costume?
have the hammer version of your sword.
Yay!
They're functionally identical with a different weapon type.
Magic sword, hammer version.
Hammer time.
Unfortunately, you cannot do 40,000 damage a hit. All right, so Kendall is grabbing a small library of books to carry around. Probably all of those total together is probably going to be about 4 pounds, by the way.
I'm just trying to figure out how to add a custom. There it is.
Yep, about 4 pounds is what you'll weigh for that whole collection.
Okay.
There are a bunch of they're smaller things. They're clearly nice because normal commoners don't buy books around here. Normal commoners don't deal in gold pieces. They deal in coppers and sometimes silvers. But the nobility does buy nobility and various higher class merchantry. They're all the kind of people who buy books, and these are mostly like books that you can these are mythology books that you can just to let you know you're updating the wrong character there, John.
Yeah, you're right.
That's why I was letting you know earlier that it doesn't actually matter unless you're planning on typing in the chat to roll.
Gotcha.
Yeah, the books that you're finding are basically like stories of like heroes from the past and mythologies of the couple of gods that you're interested in and the kind of people that you're looking at. You're getting a fairly decent collection of that. 3 or 4 like smaller books. So these are the kind of things that you might give to young adults.
Yeah.
They're not like full historical manuals exactly, but they are definitely like what would be like very much the stories are probably everybody treats these stories as if they're true, the same way ancient Greeks would treat stories of Hercules as true. I will give you a few tidbits at some point when I have a little bit of time. I've actually written several things up that I can send you that would be in those books. So,
oh.
In the meantime, I am going to be right back in just a moment. I have to get some water and use the restroom. I'll be right back. And you guys decide what else you're doing while I'm gone. I'll be getting to AU after you two.
Sounds good.
Kendall is literally gonna run right back to Cass in his room, and Cass is gonna be shocked at the first thing ever, where Kendall's gonna be quiet all night. And if Cass tries to talk to Kendall, Kendall's gonna actually tell Cass to shut up. He's busy.
See, Kendall being quiet would actually worry Chi more if she was around.
He's been replaced.
No,
Pull out the new Warhammer. It's
see,
time
that's
to
the
take
thing
care
about
of the
Kendall.
fraud.
That's the thing about Kendall. He has ADHD. Concentrating on a book or something is like one of the only ways that he will actually just be normal. And he gets way too invested.
Insert why can't you be normal joke here, and we're moving.
AKA Kendall's my true personality that I forgot I had.
Trying to do character things here, so sorry. Now I'm dying.
Oh, don't worry. Words are hard for me nowadays too.
Lily was had dry mouth there out of nowhere.
Dry air, winter. I got bear mouth because I need more.
For some reason, my character's not acting right ever since I updated that Warhammer in there.
That's because you should have listened to Kendall and just punched him.
Let me try this real fast. Oh, sorry, I was in Aaron's chat, and that would explain why things weren't working.
That would do it.
Yeah. I have lost the touch.
Oh, not the touch.
Yeah, I don't know why it's focusing on Hannibal.
You have to exclamation point character.
Yeah.
Then you're then Cass.
Working fine a minute ago.
Oh, and I like y'all to know I'm feeling better right now because this is good.
I'm glad. I'm glad.
Hey, what the?
Now on with the adventure. Gee, don't die. Also, Aaron, I hope you got my message, and I hope you remember it well. Just saying.
I do not have access to it.
You bastard.
There are reasons why I was considering multi-classing to wizard. I'm just saying.
I sent them a message and said, hey, call me motions. Nudge, nudge.
If I could, I would. I have other fun stuff, though. Like, you guys will probably get to see today.
Kendall has a friend in the temple. Yay!
Oh, dear Lord. That poor man, his brains he go bye-bye.
Why don't you go play at the church?
Oh no, Abe just wanted to get the fuck out of the church. No good things happens in churches.
Kendall's just trying to do the thing Kendall's just trying to do the thing he is, trying to find the missing piece and why he doesn't know why he doesn't belong.
Oh, that's a good little roleplay. It is.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is not showing any of my attacks now in the chat.
Just because the other guy is loaded up.
Well, I switched over, I thought.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty much Kendall actually has no idea where he came from.
Yeah,
He came from a very, very ancient, obscure tribe of special halflings, and at 4 years old, they just left him there after a hunting trip, and explorers found him and gave him the temple because he couldn't even talk. They didn't even know what to do with him. So he has no idea what really he is.
Wait a minute. 5 spells. What the fuck? Where's my feature?
He knows he's a halfling because halflings are everywhere. He just doesn't know what kind. And neither do any halflings.
Are you guys seeing half of this stuff I'm putting in the chat?
1d12, Casimir's actions. Yeah, I can see Casimir's stuff.
Yeah, see Casimir stuff now.
So that goes in, but when I roll off D20, it doesn't go through to the chat anymore. And I am switched over, I think.
Weird.
So
Well,
I'll
D20
click,
don't
I'll
like
click it, and it'll like Avery will start working, and then it will stop.
Well,
Oh.
if the other app works, use that. Don't try to break that one too.
Yeah. Try something here real fast.
Don't break
Or we go by the Elon Musk model. If it works, break it. If it still works, break it harder.
Yes. Or deeply.
Attack it with it.
Until you get a crit.
Yeah.
3 hours later.
Oh,
There, that might help you.
I'll take a look.
Alrighty, I'm back.
No help for you.
I'll try it again, but I swear I already did that.
There you go, and then
Multiple
just press
matches
1.
found.
Yeah.
That should fix it, I think.
I thought you made another character. I did.
Okay.
I still have a lot of my characters on here. It's just usually I don't mess with it and it just works like magic. But
it does just work. You don't have to do the update unless you plan on using Discord to roll, like to type the roll out instead of hitting the button on your sheet that does the roll. If you hit the button on your sheet that does the roll, it rolls the right thing.
Well, I'm trying to have something to do both. It's just
it's like for example, if you want to hit with your longsword right now, I believe you would type !attack space longsword.
If you guys didn't hear me earlier, the 1D&D for Cleric is out. If you want to go read it.
I saw that a couple of days ago.
I saw some people talk about it. It looked pretty good.
Yeah. Yeah, but Cleric's overpowered. I'm like,
I mean that they pretty much are universally considered to be the most powerful class.
Yeah. I mean, they want
Okay.
people.
I will be right back.
they broke his hell.
I like the changes though that you gotta not only pick your specialization, but pick if you want to be a scholar or a arcanist or that's kind of cool.
I just like the fact that they're making all subclasses level 3. I think that makes dipping a little bit harder, which I
just want
appreciate.
I just wanted to see what they do monk, and I don't want to see. Okay, we did all the classes, and monk's just not there.
Oh, monk's not going.
They did that twice.
It was there in 4th. It was there in 3rd. And you're fine. It'll be there.
Technically, it did exist in 2nd, just in an optional book nobody owned.
Yeah. Same with the El Quatum, which were the first warlocks. Well, not the first warlocks. The first warlocks like they are now.
I'm sorry. The what?
Just no. And moving along. Oh.
Well, I'll be out. I'll be right back. I'm gonna turn off my Discord and restart it real fast. I'll be right back.
And his Discord explodes. He never returns.
Husband, do something useful and bring me a beer.
I can't. The helper monkey died.
You are my helper monkey.
You racist.
Oh dear God.
Well, I guess I'll just be typing it out the hard way for the rest of the game. I can't get the D&D page to link back up. Even on the phone app, it doesn't want to link up suddenly.
You mean it's not doing the rolls through D&D Beyond?
No, that's what I've been trying to get it to do for a while.
Give me a second. Let me check on. Okay, so it looks like you've been doing update. Let me try something. 1 second. Okay, so you did. Have you just ! character Casimir?
Yeah, I did that. I could do it again.
Then, well, hold on 1 sec. Let me just check on something here. And you refreshed your D&D Beyond as well, is that right?
Yeah, I did that.
I want to make sure here.
No, that's fine. I understand.
I'm checking to see if I click on your sheet what happens. Waiting for Avery because it says it's typing. I saw that AU did something too. None of the rolls are coming through. That is weird. 1 second.
Wait, what?
Yeah, you guys might want to test your characters out real fast.
Yeah, so it's not you. It's not you.
Okay, alright. I feel a little bit better. I was like, what did I do to offend the machine spirit?
I'm just gonna make sure here if I do.
I'm thinking about picking up Dark Tide my next paycheck.
I would recommend it, and Dark Tide is really good. Aaron and I have been enjoying the hell out of it.
Yeah, I've been hearing the call.
And feel free to
pop up?
Nope. I'll take up on that. I think that would be pretty fun.
Mine's not popping up either.
Mine neither.
I'm trying to see if maybe the campaign got de-linked or something. I'm trying to see.
It's probably
this app has gone down like once every week for like the last 3 weeks.
It's not necessary. That's not the issue. Yeah, it's probably just a problem with the linking because Avray says it's trying to type when we do rolls. So
Yeah.
Avray is what's not connecting.
Ah.
Can you restart Avray, like soft boot it?
It's a bot that's attached to the channel, so no.
Okay. I don't know how that works.
It's not a separate program.
Yeah, I didn't know how that worked. I didn't know if you could just like turn it off and on again, kind of thing.
Yeah, sadly not particularly. And most likely it's just that there's some sort of a server error. I would be willing to bet all these rolls will pop in like half an hour all at once or some shit.
That's literally what happened. The same thing has happened at least once the last 3 sessions, and that's what's happened.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's no big deal though. It's not a huge problem.
Usually around the same time at 3:40.
We could do the manual rolls in the bot anyway, so
Prototype.
those work pretty much. Yeah.
I know, right? Oh wait. Never mind. I was going to say I can lie. I got a crit every time, but that actually worked last time and it was real.
plus we could check through other means. All right, now the cat will attack anything that's on Discord. I'm not playing Stellaris, cat. You cannot attack the screen this time.
Hey Chase, speaking of cat, I fed my dog last night, and your kitten walked up the dog's bowl. My dog snapped at it, and I'm like, Mako, that kitten is literally using you as a bed now. I don't think it's scared.
You know what? If your cat's going to attack things on Discord, here you go, John, just for you.
Cat, pay attention. No, only when I'm actually playing a video game, the cat will. No, not when it's Discord.
So what horrible things are our other 2 companions up, or other 3 companions are up to?
Apparently having trouble with D&D Beyond connecting right now. Not a big deal though. I can still see all the rolls because the game log on D&D Beyond still shows every roll you guys were just trying to make.
Okay. At least we got that going for us.
Kendall's back in the apartment going over all the stuff he read.
So.
Just send you a message, Chase, if you got it.
I did, yeah. It's pretty much, and to answer your question, that is entirely up to you.
Okay.
That's one of the things I'm specifying is you guys get to decide when and how you use the things that are on your sheet. If they are on your sheet, they are valid to use whenever you choose. I know there's a bunch of stuff like that Lynn can do that she hasn't done yet because she's waiting for the right moment.
I was just because I didn't know if there was any like mechanic for learning skills like that kind of thing.
So it's called leveling up.
Okay. Just
you leveled up and got those abilities. They are for your use whenever you decide that it's the right moment.
I've never seen the DM guide, so I just wanted to ask beforehand.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And that's why I'm specifying. You leveled up. They're on your sheet. You can use them when you want.
Oh, all right.
Remember, Druid spells.
Yeah, Aaron, if I wasn't clear, You asked, the question you asked was, and this is actually an important question for everybody to hear, just in case anyone else plays Spellcaster. The question you asked was, do you have too many first level spells prepared? You think that you're off on your numbers? You don't prepare just first level and then second level spells. You prepare spells. They can be spells that, of whatever level. You can just choose this many spells you know to have prepared. It doesn't matter what the level breakdown on them is in terms of which ones you have prepared.
Okay. And
so you can prepare all level 1 spells if you want to do that, and then just up past the ones in other slots that you choose to do. But then you only have your first level spells prepared. You can also prepare all second level spells and just waste your first level spell slots if you so chose. You're allowed to do that. It's not a good idea, but you can do that.
Oh, I actually have one more that I can prep. Okay. Actually under by one.
There you go.
2.
Then it's good you checked. Because it should tell you when you're looking at your, I think it's the add spells list. I think.
Oh, there it is. Okay.
Known, it's under known spells. And then you just click to prepare as many as you want, and it gives you a list of how many you have. Right now, I'm going to refresh your sheet real quick.
I think should be 8. I'm looking at. I looked at it on Roll20.
Yep, 8 is how many you're allowed to prepare right now, because it is your level plus your modifier, your spellcasting modifier.
Yep, and I do in fact have 8, so I think we're good.
Yep, you have 8 plus the ones that are always prepared, because those ones are. Like you always have Guiding Bolt prepared 24/7.
Yeah.
So you never have to prepare that specifically. It is always prepared. So yeah, you're good there.
Yeah. I see Remy has taken over the desk again.
Yeah, I just booted him off.
Did you finally name him?
Reoffended.
Remy.
Aww.
Rename Chase's cat Screecher.
Reoffended that you would kick him off the desk.
He's in my lap now.
I renamed
He
Chase's
looks offended that you took his picture. He looks offended. What are you doing? Why you get that thing on? No, don't do that.
He cares nothing for the secondary screen. He just wants to attack anything directly above the keyboard so he can step on everything.
Well, yeah, that's a cat.
I keep saying that. Nobody listens to me when I say that.
Dude, like, absolute pro tip, if you've got a cat and you want to play video games, have one of those feather things, those little wand toys in reserve, and just kind of, dangle it around for a minute and let them get occupied with that until they, flop over and then go back to games. I know how to cat, bro. I've been dealing with them for ages.
You get one of those feather things and you put it on one of those little springs, like on old door stoppers, and you attach that to something, so that whenever they hit it, it will actually bounce around a whole bunch. That will drive them crazy all day long.
Oh, good suggestion.
Yep.
He likes chasing bottle caps around the house.
Yeah, they do that too.
Yeah.
All the bottles.
The truth is all their prey instinct.
Okay.
My cat has prey instincts all the time. It preys on my soul.
So, do Casimir and Kindle have anything else they want to do for the evening?
Like that, Kendall just went back. He's gonna just read over excitedly all the stuff he brought.
Yeah,
Okay.
Casimir's just practicing with his new Warhammer, so that's all good.
Alrighty. I'm not going to ask for a tackle to make sure that you don't break your own room. Alrighty, so then we're going to move on to AU. You said AU is not actually going where she normally would go. Where is she going instead?
She was gonna go. She takes her path like she's going back to the orphanage,
Right.
but she's going back to the members only area, I suppose.
Okay. So she's going to check in. Who
Yep, she's gonna
specifically?
check in.
Who specifically is she checking in with? Because there's several people she could.
first she's gonna tap Sorsha and her crew because she wants everybody around for this one, and then she's gonna go for the boss.
Okay. So Sorsha first, then her people, then the next level up above Sorsha.
Yep.
Okay. So when she gets to the quote unquote office, we like to call it an office. It's not really an office, obviously. It's more of a room. But when she gets to that particular room, they do let her in. She is, well, she's been expected since she got back into town. When she gets there, Sorsha is just sort of leaning back, going through what looks like some sort of an old log book. Its legs kicked up on the desk. He just kind of gives her a side eye as she comes in and waves her into the room. So?
I have an idea. Know what happened to Fenric?
Do you?
Yeah, I do. And it's happening all through the city, possibly the dock. This is not good. We're gonna need all hands on deck.
I see.
She still has her hood up, by the way. She's not ready. She's gonna wait until they get to the big boss to actually, because that's gonna be a really shocking look for them.
So, what exactly is it that's happening?
You recall the news from the Noble District with the entire Noble family supposedly being slaughtered?
Well, yes, and yes, we discussed that previously. I'm curious what it is that you found that's like Fenric. Specifically, what exactly is happening to?
Well, I think he was mind controlled by a creature that came after me and my associates later and was dealt with. This creature was working for another... I think it's... the word would be... the Death Seeker? They bring back dead people. They trap their souls. It's...
He narrows his eyes just a bit. Death Bringer?
Yes. Yes.
Well, that's not a term I like hearing. All right.
Well, you'd like to know that the Deathbringer is dead.
The Deathbringer is dead?
Well, he called himself Deathbringer.
Yes, that's
He's dead.
It's the same way I call myself Street Lord.
Yeah, he's dead. She kind of tilts her head a bit because I ate him.
What about the other ones?
The note signed by Visak killed him too.
Interesting.
But it's not over.
No, that definitely we've been hearing things. It's definitely not over. We've had a couple of people go missing that we're looking into it.
Well,
it's not what you would call our normal business. We usually leave such things to the guards, but, well, it's interfering with business. The tunnels on the west end of town, the ones that we use for the ships, the unloading tunnels.
Right.
They haven't been safe for the last week and a half.
Undead creatures?
We're not really entirely sure what it is. People just don't come back. Not everyone is going missing, but enough people have gone missing that it's more than the usual problems. Like snake bites, random things that we always lose people every great now and then. But this has been too many of them to be normal.
Well, we just reached the Choose Your Own Adventures part of the storyline.
Well, I have some evidence that they operate in the city. You might even have a pinpoint on the location, but I'd have to review that information again to be certain.
Well, I can tell you this, we can certainly provide a certain amount of support, but we aren't the town guard. So I wouldn't expect us to march in lockstep into the sewers if that's the kind of help you were hoping for.
Not at all. It's information.
That we can definitely provide.
I've also heard rumors about the docks that, besides us, others are disappearing. So much so that the church is even interested.
Which one?
Guardians?
Might actually be a real problem then, and not another witch hunt. All right. Well, that's interesting. If there's enough of a problem that they finally are getting involved, and that could be useful. All right. I will absolutely authorize you to go down there, but I am going to give you a very strong caution against getting in over your head. Whatever's going on down there, it's big.
He kind of looks at him, I'm already over my head. And she kind of drops the hood so we can exactly see what she's talking about.
He tilts his head just a bit. If you need to get out
Whatever
of
it is, I'm afraid that won't help.
we can put you somewhere if you aren't safe.
None of us are safe. We've already taken out 2 lieutenants, I suppose, gotten our hands on some questionable things, and I think whoever started this is looking for me in particular.
And this is, and he sort of waves at you why this happened.
It extended an invitation to find it.
Well, what does it look like?
Couldn't exactly tell. It has a hood, it's bandaged, and it has some kind of curved knife.
Well, it's not much to
I see
go
it
on.
when I sleep.
Really? He stands up, brings his feet down off of the desk, puts the logbook down for the first time, and stands up and actually comes around the desk to approach you. And is, kind of giving you a much closer look now.
Yep.
You've always been a little off, Nari, but... I know better than to dismiss. So here's the deal. We've got people. You're asking for help. You'll have it. We'll try to get you the very least, better idea what you're walking into. And, well, if a few of whoever these Deathbringers are employing go missing in the meantime, well, who'll miss them?
Just make sure everybody stays careful.
We haven't sent anyone down there in a week. Don't you worry. We're taking this seriously. He kind of laughs, clearly more than you are. After all, he sort of waves at her appearance. You look like hell, girl.
Well, you would look like hell if you almost had your soul ripped out of your body.
See, this is why we don't deal in all that creepy magic shit. But you were gonna do what you were gonna do, so...
She's kind of thinking to herself, yeah, because I kind of am creepy magic shit.
Here's the deal.
Oh, no.
When you cleared the place out, let us know.
Well, that's 2 places cleared. Oh, details about any undead creatures. Don't get close if you don't have to. They split.
Oh, really?
Skin comes off and attacks. The body stays behind. And then this ghost thing comes out of it, too. That's what nearly did me in.
That is both revolting and horrifying. Like, if you're gonna kill a man, just knife him. You don't have to tear his skin off. What the hell? Ugh.
And a soul.
Ugh. I hate wizards. Alright. I will definitely pass that along. We're...
Oh, and bloodsuckers. There was a bloodsucker.
Really?
Kind of points to butt, but she finally points for her neck where there's probably still 2 marks.
Well, I guess I'll tell them that, Ryza is going to be away a bit longer, huh?
Yes, a bit.
Kanai will make do without you. Alright.
I don't think she'd let me work looking like this anyway.
I think you would be surprised.
Oh.
Alright.
Harold is still not working, by the way.
Yeah, I know. Alright. Go ahead and get some rest, girl. We'll keep an eye out for you. I'll leave you a letter in the usual place.
All right.
Go on. Get on out of here. We've got business to do.
She just, takes herself out and makes her way back to the actual orphanage to sneak into her designated little room. And hiding her thief stuff. Switches from, the travel clothes, the leathers, the poncho to her regular clothes.
When she comes in, one of the hounds is actually sitting on her bed waiting. It's Kira. Just swinging her legs and waiting for Ryza to make an appearance. Eyes bright and wide when she comes in, kicking her legs. Arms down on the bed. Welcome back. You look like shit.
I feel like shit.
I can tell. What in all of the gods happened to you?
Long story short, something did to me what I'd do to other people.
She kind of leans to the left, leans to the right to kind of get a view of your profiles. Nah. People look different when you do them.
Yeah, when I do them, they die.
Well, that too, but they don't look like that. And she's not wrong, because what happened to you was more of a life drain, and what you do is more of a soul thing, which doesn't actually do any physical harm. People drop dead but otherwise look perfectly healthy. What happened to you is very different. It's similar, in that it is a drain of energy, but the type of energy drained more physically affected you. And so you look like, especially between the specter and the vampire, both trying to, both sucking parts out of you. You look like you are paler, you look weaker. You're not weaker, but you look weaker. That is slowly fading. You do look better after a couple of days than you looked when it happened to you, obviously. There is definitely a physical change to what happened to you. There's less of one when you do it to other people. Now, that doesn't mean that, obviously, that AU is wrong in any way about what she's saying, just that this person she's speaking to is like, nah, what's different?
If you say so.
Hey, I've had to clean up enough. I know. Anyway. And she hops up off of the bed. And she claps her hands on AU's shoulders. If I'm remembering, Kira is one of the shorter ones and is not very much taller than AU. Just claps her hands on AU's shoulders and peeks her right in the eyes and just like, by the way, we're going to go and take a look around. Don't you worry, we're going to be real safe. Okay? What are we looking for?
If you see an undead creature, don't go near it.
So like them creepy zombie things?
They split into three. The skin rips off. The body and the bones chase after you, and I think there's some kind of life-stealing thing in the middle. Like its hungry ghost comes out to eat you.
Her eyes almost light up. She's just like, okay, I know, super scary, I know. But that sounds awesome. I want to see somebody's skin come off.
No, you don't. I've seen enough of it. It's horrifying.
But it'd be cool, though. Especially if it's a bad guy.
It's not cool.
Nobody wants me to have any fun. Fine, I'll be careful. I will say probably
I thought the same thing until I saw it. It's gross.
I like gross. Nobody ever lets me see the guts.
I've seen people implode into bloody bits, flow into a cup, and watch it drunk by a giant bloodsucker. It was not good.
Oh, that sounds gross as hell. Ooh.
I can't unsee it.
Man, you get to have all the fun. Fine.
Sure, maybe I'll drag you along next time, and then you can deal with the gross.
Her eyes just light up. She does not realize you're being sarcastic.
I'm kidding. No.
No. I'm going on this adventure, and we're gonna scout the place, and don't you worry, we're gonna be careful, and nobody's gonna die again, okay?
Okay.
Right. Okay. So you get some sleep.
I'm going to eat you. Just saying.
Yeah, but then I get to talk to you all the time. I get to go on all your adventures. She absolutely doesn't take the threat seriously at all.
Kendall
She's
times
known you
2
too
AU.
She's known you too long. You rubbed off on her.
I'll tell you all about it later. I'm going to sleep.
Okay. Get some sleep. I'll see you, well, it'll probably be Piper that shoots him, but you know. Anyway, have a good night, and, don't get eaten by whatever. Bye!
Yeah.
And she hops on out.
Get your own Kindle.
Her crew is weird.
Well, they would have to be. They like her.
Exactly.
Alrighty, so everyone is going to be able to get a full night's rest. So everyone can go ahead and click that nice little button for getting a full night's sleep.
Well, full night's sleep from my sleep.
What was that?
Pretty full too.
Would it hurt my character at all if I, like, take kind of a short rest so I can stay up later and read the manuscripts, because that's something Kendall would do?
You don't have to take a short rest for that.
Yeah,
You
your
can still
long
get
rest
your
is
long
still
rest
part of that.
tonight.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I was
Yeah.
just wondering.
Yeah, no, I'm specifically not going to punish you for wanting to read a book for roleplay purposes. Unless that book is a Necronomicon, then probably don't read that book.
Well, we don't know what Kendall really brought. Ooh.
If you crack open the Book of Vile Darkness, that will go poorly for you.
Guys,
Oh,
I got new
dear
ideas for that undead.
Kendall opens the book and you just hear, cool.
Knowing what I do about the Book of Vile Darkness, Kindle touching that book would probably kill him. The damage on just touching it, if you are not a evil person, is real nasty.
Pretty much, yeah. It's gross.
Now, if he could survive that bit and start reading through it, well, then you got to worry about stuff like potential alignment changes.
Honestly, here's probably what would happen. Cass, but the book's talking to me in my mind. You touch it.
That's the strangest bit of leather I've ever seen. I won't lie, that's one of my favorite 3rd edition books.
It still exists in the new edition. They have slightly changed it,
Yeah, it's gonna change.
but I'm still absolutely going with the idea of you have to be an actual monster to read it the same way you have to be an actual good person to read the Book of Exalted Deeds.
Works for me.
Otherwise, really bad things happen to you.
So
It is
really
a really
bad
nice
things happen.
artifact, though. I mean, it's got some serious abilities in it. Anyway, so everybody's going to be able to get up for the next morning. Where is everyone going to gather?
Is it the, I can't remember, it's been a while, was it a bar or the brothel that everything was
They're on the
happening
same building.
at? Yeah, I guess there, unless
The
it's...
same building.
It's the Hope's Embrace is the name of the building. It's a 3-story building. The top floor is, well, Casimir might be able to talk his way up into getting there, but nobody else in the party is getting up there. Not even A getting up there.
Nope.
The ground floor, that's where you guys normally gather. The basement is where you would go if you were renting entertainment.
Understood.
But like the actual like ground floor is an actual like tavern kind of environment. And there's a lot, and there are musicians playing. You know, there's actual entertainment there. Now in the morning, it's mostly cleared out. In the morning, there's not like anybody still playing, but there are still people around. They still serve food throughout a day. Most of their clientele shows up right before sunset.
Well, what Kendall's gonna do is, since a good portion deep in the night, he was literally randomly reading each of the 4 books and stopping when it got boring to the next one. He's gonna sit there for a moment trying to decide which one he wants to take with him.
Yeah, and there's a bunch of stories in each. Like I said, I'll write some stuff up and send it to you. Let me just see. Do I actually have? Must be on a different page. Somewhere I actually have a few things written up for like a couple of the like mythologies of the gods. But I have to I had to find them because they're not in my normal notes. I think I put them on the World Anvil page and didn't finalize it because World Anvil's. If I can figure it out, it's going to be great because I can just literally link you to a page. But it's complicated.
It's a bitch
But
to
anyway,
figure out. I've been trying to
Kendall's
figure it out.
Kendall's gonna transition to autistic Kendall until somebody literally tells him to pay attention.
She just takes the silence of Kendall as the blessing that it is.
Yep. Pretty much, if we're all meeting,
Like
everybody's
she might
talking.
pat his head as she goes by, and then just to make sure that he's alive.
And all she hears is, yeah. And Cass is there just like guiding him so he just don't run into people.
I'm considering a book fund, guys.
Put him in charge of an entire book club.
Oh, jeez.
So, we owe a favor to the priest to go check out the docks. I do pull out the map that we pulled out from that hidden place, and kind of like letting everyone see it. I guess we're in a secluded corner of the bar right now.
This is a place that's run by the Thieves Guild. And you have an actual member arranging for your time here. You don't have a problem.
Just making.
Yeah,
And
you do not have a problem finding some privacy. You have on multiple occasions said things you shouldn't have said in front of the barkeeper, but the barkeeper again works for the Thieves Guild. They know how to.
When he says you, he means Kendall.
No, actually, all of you have at various points, other than AU actually, because she knows better.
Right?
And so, like, anything that jumps out on us, particularly with the map and the city, or even
Yes,
the dock,
actually.
maybe?
Yes, actually. There is, in fact, on that map, there is you would probably assume, just judging from Casimir's personal experience, you might assume that if this city was a castle, this would be a sally port. There is a tunnel that starts outside the city and runs into a portion underneath the dock that has been marked out on that map. As Casimir points it out, well, yeah, AU knows where that is. She's never been there, but that's the smuggling tunnel that was mentioned. Basically, smaller boats will unload specific types of cargo that are not normally being shipped. Things that may not be fully legal. And they will actually pull up just around, like a little ways outside the city. They will detach from their primary ships that are going to the harbor. They will bring cargo around and go to the other side of the cliff south of the city. And then once they dock there, they will move overland, hit this tunnel, and then come out in an area of the docks where the Thieves Guild does a lot of business. That's how they smuggle a lot of things in.
Yeah.
Apparently, though, someone else is using that tunnel right now.
We should probably check up on one of my companions in the docks to make sure he is not among the missing. He is venerable in his years.
From what I've heard, there's been more people going missing than usual.
Well, I guess this is our next thing to check out, then. Anything to add, Kendall?
Oh, yeah, map. Can I punch a skeleton?
Probably.
There will likely be them, knowing our luck.
Kendall smiles, puts the book away, and he just goes, "Exploding bones, I'm your man."
Oh dear.
All right, so when do you guys want to go check it out? Now? You want to wait a day? What?
The sooner the better. I worry for Lorion.
All right. I start rolling up the map, I guess, then.
All right, where do you intend to go first?
I guess we're checking out and see how the old man's doing.
I am game with this. Everyone else is.
Okay.
Kendall already said he's following to the next skeleton.
Okay. Are you going along as well?
Like, there's somewhere I want to check first. I'll meet you at the dock.
Okay. I assume you're going to
You
the
dies
dock.
again.
I assume you're heading to
He's
the
gonna-
dock point.
Yeah.
Okay. You do find that there is in fact a note left for you. That note was clearly written by one of the hounds. And that note basically just lets you know that they did run into a little bit of trouble. Everybody is okay. Alistair got scratched up a bit, but everybody's okay. They did manage to find where you need to go, and they have left basically markings that you would recognize so that you won't get lost down there. So that way you're not just wandering, in the Warrens for all of eternity. Well, it wouldn't be that long, but using the local thieves guild makes this exact sort of thing go a lot more smoothly, so you don't have to spend quite as long trying to find your way. And they have marked out a fairly relatively safe path that avoids the normal problems that are down.
She'll meet them at the dock.
Okay. The others head down towards the docks first. Presumably, I'm assuming she will tell AU where they're going so she can meet them there.
Yes.
Okay. It'll be a bit for AU to arrive, but the other three will come up to the... Well, it's not exactly a shack, but it is very much like this. The docks are not where rich people live. Rich people don't like the smell, for example. So a lot of homes around here are more like shanties than actual houses. And this older guy, he's definitely a guy who, like, he's lived a pretty rough life. He used to do a lot of heavy work. He's the kind of guy who you can definitely tell that 20 years ago he could probably bench press all of you.
That's
Possibly at the same time.
That's very impressive.
Because this is the kind of guy that when you see in all the old cartoons, like the giant barrel that one guy is hefting over his shoulder with one arm, this is what that guy used to do. He's definitely lived here for most of his life. He's a part of this part of the community. Everybody knows Lorian around here, basically. And he's a well-known guy. He's a friendly guy for the most part. Other than the old man grumpiness that you always get with guys like this. You would call him salt of the earth if he wasn't a guy who was very much salt of the sea. And he always seems to meet Chi at the door. Like, she's never had to knock. It's almost like he just sees her coming every time. One time she showed up as a cat, and he had a saucer out for her at the time. Like
milk?
that. Yeah, it's never been like it's just never been not super clear how he always knows.
So, Chi's friend wants to give Chi diarrhea as a cat. Okay.
It depends on what kind of milk it is. You don't want to know what they make milk out of here.
Oh, dear God. No, you don't.
Do not threaten the Cheesemeister.
Look,
It's super fresh and made out of questionable ingredients.
Hey, look, man. When you make cheese out of like manticore milk, you are a badass. Anyway.
I didn't think you could do that with Minotaurs. Ah!
Minotaurs, manticores.
Jeez, we got Mako, we got Centaur, we got Minotaur. Don't ask how.
Mary takes on a whole new meaning. So, he absolutely meets you at the door. Brought friends this time.
Indeed. These are my new companions.
Hi, I'm Kendall. And I hold my hand out to him.
Your poor hand, after he's done with it, you're not sure if all the bones are in the same place.
And his hand goes, I punch with that.
Oh. Then I thought you'd be stronger.
And Kendall just takes a deep breath, channels his ki, and just heals his hand back up.
Yeah, he doesn't take any actual damage, so you don't have to expend any resources.
Yeah.
I respectful nod. That's all.
I don't got a lot of room, but yeah, come on. Most of you a little. You big man. Maybe you gotta stand by the door. Don't really, my chairs. You're big man. I don't think you'd fit in the chairs.
Alright, I lean by the door.
He does have a couple of chairs around the small table. It's not a very large place. You're all in here. It's a one-room place, you know? Like, he's got a bed off to one side. He's got a table and a little cooking area. You're all kind of crammed around it. But he is busying himself pretty much immediately, just putting something on. He normally shares tea with Chi. Because, well, most of the shit he drinks, nobody in their right mind would drink. After all, the tea he brews for Chi doesn't use the dock water. Everything else he makes does.
Oh, jeez.
Which is quite appreciated by her.
Yes. So, what can I do for you? I'm guessing this isn't a social call with all of them.
Not entirely, no. I was worried given the news of all the disappearances as of late around here. And
yeah, it's been real nasty.
Have you seen anything?
Hell no, I don't leave after dark. I ain't crazy. My days of grabbing a belaying pin and beating the shit out of somebody are over. I don't go out after dark no more. That being said, I hear shit. And I mean, you know, I didn't hear nothing, but I hear stuff. If you tell anybody, I didn't hear a damn thing. But every so often, you'll hear about somebody who's got some business and then they just don't make it home. Been going on for a little while now, actually, a few weeks now. Guards made a walkthrough at one point, and then something happened on the other side of town, and we ain't seen lick of them since. You know how it is. The whole section of the city could fall into the sea, and one noble, shits the wrong way, and they got to go up there to protect his ass.
That sounds about typical.
He hands out a bunch of cups. Cheese cup has the tea. Everybody else's cup, well, it's a smell.
You know what? Kendall likes goblin beer, so he's just gonna be like, eh.
It does taste better than goblin beer. At least it would to a normal person. Kendall may have his own opinion on that. But it's very definitely like, this is a guy who makes like homemade moonshine out of dock water. This is like 3 steps down from bathtub moonshine.
Kendall gulps it down, looks at him and says, "Huh, I've had better."
It burns all the way down. Yeah,
And you drinks it like takes it like a man.
And what they all say.
My character takes a sip and then proceeds not to take any more sips.
Congratulations, the 12-year-old has does better.
And Kendall has drinking worse.
That is an accurate statement. Luckily, none of you have an especially low constitution, so it's not like I'm going to need any saving throws just yet, but...
There we go. I think the,
there's the rolls coming through.
Yeah.
Sorry, guys. This is going to be a while.
I rolled like 3 times, too.
How dare you, you monster? How could you? What is wrong with you? I hate you forever. I figure if you're going to apologize, I have to guilt you.
You see, I hate you all, but Kendall likes you, so I have to be here.
There they all go. Good Lord.
Yeah.
The sea of rolls. Oh no.
And you even got a crit with a longsword in there?
Did he use like all of his good rolls for the day? Holy.
I was trying to figure out what was wrong.
Well, some of those rolls weren't great.
All the things are wrong.
Right.
So yeah, he's absolutely, he basically tells you, yeah, lots of people, oh god.
Still going.
Yeah, it is. It's gotta be at least, 30, 40 people. Usually people who don't have nowhere to go at night. They don't show up next day. We don't really know where to go. Sometimes we used to see them, like, you always got them, poor fucks that just like, they kind of pass out one night and then you got to clean them up next day, kind of thing. Ones you just roll off into the sea, and yeah, but they ain't there in the morning no more.
Kendall looks at the empty cup, kind of with a disappointed face, but not as much as saying pour me more, just like, I don't know which is better, goblin or this. And then just puts the cups down and goes, well, I don't mind about despairing people. I have no home to go to.
This, I will tell you, whether or not it's better is up to Kindle, but this is less likely to kill you. There is, after all, slightly less goblin shit in this.
Like I said, Kendall made the face, but he didn't say it because right now he's complicating.
No, I'm letting you know, like, this is slightly more healthy, but only slightly.
10 to 1, Kendall will be back on an off day to get another drink.
Oh my.
Anyway, Kendall just looks at him and says, people disappearing from the home and not going back? Well, I got no home to go back to, so I'm good.
Neither did any of them. That's the trouble. People who got somewhere to hole up at night ain't the ones who's vanishing. People who's out at night. People who ain't got somewhere to go. Them's the ones who's vanishing.
They are being
and
targeted.
So many of them somebody can put up for the night.
Well, I don't know about you, but people that have been disappearing always pop up, usually without any flesh.
See, I don't know that much about that shit, but I do know that somebody the other day was talking about, I don't know, it was a coat or a carpet or something made out of, like, skin, tried to eat them. I think they were drinking too much.
Wait, what?
That sounds about right.
Guess.
Kind of fills them in a little bit about what's been going on in her life since, the last time they've seen each other, because it's been about, a couple weeks, at least.
A little longer, because you didn't visit him last time you were in town, he said.
Yeah.
He was one of the ones you hadn't visited. You visited Tor, you visited the girl at the brothel. I think this was the one you skipped last time.
Yes, this is the one I skipped.
I'm sorry I interrupted.
So yeah, she kind of gets him up to speed.
You're allowed.
Everything.
You're also a player here. It's okay.
But when he says about the rug, Kendall just goes, Cats. I never see one of those. Do you buy one? Where do you get one? Hey, where do you buy one of those?
It's the thing that grabbed my helmet.
Oh, that?
Yes.
That was disgusting.
Do you want one now?
Well, it would still be a cool rug. Think of the
No.
stories we could tell.
No.
Oh, fine.
Alright, you guys continue on with your topic.
He's just kind of looking at him for a second. Looks at Lorian and goes, "This is what I have chosen to put up with."
I always said you were a little crazy. You are one of the strangest.
Kind of rubs at the newly growing branch from her forehead that slowly
Oh, one of
regrowing.
your handles was missing.
Yeah,
That's what you use that for, right? I always figured.
kind of explains the curse thing that happened.
Now you're telling tall tales. All your parts are still there.
Only because of the kindness of the priests of Verwin.
Verwerin, yes. It's actually, believe it or not, Verwerin is a Dutch word that literally means Orient.
Yeah.
Also, if he says the name wrong, Kendall would just pipe up and say it correctly just to correct him. Out of the blue.
Sadly, Chi is trained in nature, so Chi is probably getting the name right. Whether
No,
Aaron is
like,
getting it right or not, Chi is probably getting it right.
Yeah.
He who is both smarter and wiser than I am.
And who has actual training in religion, so she actually does, in fact, know about the religions of this world.
Yes.
Luckily, I don't expect my players to have read everything, so, especially since not all of it is written down yet.
But we know what's in your mind. I hear your voices. They all sound like bats.
Jay, if you could hear my voices, you wouldn't talk to me anymore.
I don't want to talk to you now when I hear your real voice. Wait, what?
Exactly my point. If you could hear more of them, you definitely wouldn't be here.
My voice is spent on telling his voices to shut the hell up. So
It's okay. It's okay. 3 out of the 5 say don't do it.
Burn them all, Laddie. Burn them all.
Yeah, it's definitely been a problem. I think there's something dragging them downstairs.
That does seem to be where we are heading next.
Well, if you're gonna go that way, I'm gonna give you some advice. You really be careful down there. There's some people I used to know who used to go down there a lot. And they didn't talk about a lot of what they found down there, but there's some places down there that people just shouldn't go. If you start seeing like something that don't look like sewer no more, don't go there. There's shit left down there from the war. And there's shit left down there from before then, before we came back. From the last war. You know, when the snakes ran everything. Be careful.
I will try my best to be.
If you get eaten, don't come back. I like you, but I wouldn't like you nearly as much if you tried to eat me.
Kendall smiles at him, slides the cup over. Thanks for the drink. Hey, I'll be back after this, so I can hear some of these stories about this war. That sounds interesting. Maybe a couple more of these fabulous drinks.
We got I can tell you all kinds of stories. Some of them will even be true.
She just starts grinning because this is what they usually do, is exchange bullshit stories.
Thing is, Kendall's background, she's got just as many.
Yeah. Maybe don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to be an ingracious host or nothing. Maybe don't come all at once next time. He kind of glances over at his kitchen. He's like, I can't afford to feed all you.
Next time, if I bring them all, we will bring a meal. How about that?
You got a deal there, girl.
Thank you for your hospitality.
Just make sure if there's meat in it, it ain't rotten yet.
Always.
You say that, but you was rotten not that long ago, you said.
She kind of like flicks some of her red hair, you know, that's got its luster back.
Now, yeah, again, you be careful. You see something that don't got like shit water running through it, you avoid that shit. That's where the bad stuff is, okay?
We'll try.
And there's you haven't been down there yet, so I probably should tell you also. There's a trench in a bunch of places. Runs all the way around the place. They don't put shit water in that trench, but you want to stay out of that trench. They got something else in there that just like cleans up whatever goes down there. And every so often somebody goes on down there, thinks, oh hey, I see something shiny, and then they don't come back.
He looks right at Kindle when he says something shiny.
Just don't go down in that trench, okay?
And Kendall just looking back, going, "It's just this."
I will do my best to keep the little one out of it.
Kendall's like totally oblivious on why you're blaming him already. It's like, what did I do now?
Thank you for your hospitality, Lorian, and it is good to see you well.
Always glad to see you too, girl. You go ahead, y'all do what you gotta do, just be real careful, and make sure you come back with all your pieces this time.
All goes well, I will have the antler grown back.
I ain't just talking about your handles, girl. You want those arms, you want those legs, and you want those tits not falling on the ground. People like all those. You don't want any of them missing, okay? The handles are weird, but I can see where they'd be useful, but they're a little weird. So if those go missing, that's fine.
She nods, laughs, and, you know, takes her last sip of tea, finishes it off, grabs everybody, and starts, I guess we're heading to the tunnels.
Kendall furrows his brow, looks at Cass, looks at him, then looks at Chi. You know, I never noticed.
Oh dear God.
Good.
Alrighty. So, getting outside, getting out of town to get to the tunnel. The tunnel itself normally starts from outside of town. You might be able to find your way to those tunnels from the normal sewer network. That's the Thieves Guild usually, like when they're smuggling, they come in from out of town and come onto the tunnel and hit a different set under the docks area. You might be able to find your way there from the normal sewers. But it would be a bit more complex to find your way through the sewers to a point that has been started to be marked for AU if she is starting to look for that. So it's up to you. It's not saying it's impossible, obviously. You can definitely find your way around down there. It might just take a bit longer. It would take longer to go out of the city and come back in through the tunnels, but it would be more reliable to get where you definitely want to go if you are using that route. So it's up to you.
She looks at AU and says, "This is your wilderness, child." Where do we go?
Go in through the city, but it might take me longer to find where we need to go, or we could go around outside. But
I have to grab some food. Give me just a second.
Here, but I'm good so.
Yeah, I'll grab a snack too real fast.
So.
Be right back. Let's get our snacks.
I guess I'll get some water. Wow, it took me 3 hours to get into the Kendall mood.
I ordered some DoorDash, so.
Oh.
Oh, did everybody step away? Good, that's a chance for me to pee. I'll be right back.
I have returned.
Okay, I'm back.
Welcome back. I have my hot dog.
Nice. I ordered food. That's what I was grabbing a moment ago.
Okay, I'm back.
Yeah.
Back to you too.
Food delivery? What is this? Oh, that legendary thing that we don't have out
You live out in the middle of nowhere. You don't get to bitch that you don't have modern conveniences.
I actually don't mind not having delivery. That's more of a resi thing.
Food delivery, Bigfoot. Food delivery, Bigfoot.
They don't
Hey,
even
it's
have
pretty bad
Bigfoot
when-
got that backwood shine, so.
They don't even have Bigfoot out where they are. They just got, trees and shit.
Freeze and I don't even know what to call them dudes, man. Well, I could have called them, but we on stream.
It's okay. It's okay. You can say method.
No. Nothing so tame.
Now.
Nothing so nice.
Redhead or redneck meth heads?
Those two words are almost the same
Wait,
thing.
what?
You're not wrong. You're not wrong. It just depends what made his teeth bad, the dip or the crack.
All right. So, what's the plan?
Even though it might take a little longer to go through the city, she legit don't trust them enough to show them where the actual route is. Because, bad for business.
Okay. So, starting in the normal sewers area and trying to find your way to the tunnels from there.
I'm pretty sure she'll be able to orient.
Okay.
He's gonna come by and get the card, so I told him he can grab something for his lunch tomorrow morning.
Just close that. Okay, perfect. Alrighty. So then,
No.
finding a sewer entrance isn't.
Oh,
I will wait for Jay to come back. I didn't realize he wasn't here. I can hear him in the background. Sorry.
Yeah, he's getting bro to go get us a pizza.
No worries. I'll just wait for him to get back. On the bright side, now I know very well what I do need to, in fact, have prepped for next time. This time I did actually prep a mini dungeon for you.
Ooh.
But that is for the last bit. I wasn't sure exactly what route you guys would use to get there, so I wasn't sure what all to prep in between there and here.
Nice.
But now I do know.
Awesome. Had snacks.
I'm gonna run to the store later on today and grab some Reese's ice cream. That's what's been calling to me.
Oh, and it's cold outside. Why don't you drive?
Reese's ice cream. No, 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 no.
I
Sorry
don't
about
know.
that.
One of these days, I'd love to be awesome enough just to bike to the store to get whatever I want, but that's never gonna happen.
Hey, do it during the summer. Then you
I
can die
just-
of heat stroke.
Yeah.
I just make my brother get stuff now and then if I don't want to, and tell me to buy lunch for work tomorrow.
Welcome back, by the way.
We don't get along that much, but he actually does things now and then.
Well, if necessary, stab.
Right.
I kinda...
Don't tell me you can, because I know better.
No, I've been wanting to punch him in his death so many times, so many of the stupid things he does. Anyway, wrong line, I ain't gonna get into those stories. Those are
Well-
stories that Kenda would blush at.
Okay, so you guys are going to take a path from the docks area into the sewer in general.
Second, honey, did you want a soda too?
Yes.
Okay. Sorry about that.
No worries. Go ahead and do what you got to do.
He ain't hear it.
We are going through the sewer route.
Yep.
Yep.
So, bad water good, good water bad?
Um,
Like, most major sewers are have gelatinous oozes cleaning them. Be ready.
so you figured out what the 10-foot trench is all about.
And the kobolds! Always the kobolds.
We found out where all the goalie doors went.
1 second.
Mm-hmm.
Kendall will just follow.
I'll wait, no problem.
Yeah.
Just bring a bowl of Pepsi and root beer. You might heart beat really
Oh, I put that on.
Okay.
Welcome back.
I really don't see why he's doing this for me. Anyway.
What?
No, it's just that he agreed to do it. Just weird.
Because
Don't
stab.
look a gift thing in the mouth. Shut up and let it happen. Goddamn it.
Shut up and go punch skeletons.
Yeah. Shut up and punch it.
All right. I'm sorry. I'm making a couple of notes here. Because, again, I wasn't sure which way you guys were actually going to go, so I am making a couple of notes while we're doing this.
Go left, cause we're going left because you always go left.
Oh, good. So you are going to run into the dragon.
Yay! I get to punch a dragon.
Wait, what?
Only a con save. Nah, never mind. You can't make that save.
Yeah, that'd be bad, dude. Bad. Bad.
So yeah, getting into the sewers is no trouble really. There are sewer access points at various places. The question becomes, AU is going to be doing the navigating. AU has not actually been here before. So, what is AU? How is AU going to do her guiding?
He knows the general direction,
Is there?
so she's going to go towards that. Make her way to the general direction while looking out for any markers.
I don't have dark vision, so Leiden.
I got a couple of torches if you need them.
I actually had to throw all my torches because of weight.
this may just as fair warning. This may not be the best place to light a torch.
Methane gas.
Because it's a sewer.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wasn't asking about torch. I'm just asking vision, because me and
No,
only
I
one.
know. I was more reminding the party just in case. You guys can do whatever you want in terms of, like, fixing the lighting problem. I just wanted to make sure I let you all know.
But
He
it's dark
is,
enough. It's dark enough for me not to see, right?
In most places, it will be dim light. There are sections that would be darkness. In most of the sewer, you could at least see dim light. In
Okay.
at least a large portion.
Okay, so I make that comment. He says you have a torch, and I just point to Chico and don't eat it. She glows.
This is true. She does glow.
The question I would have for Chi is how she plans to glow that doesn't create fire.
I was debating on using my archer form, but we only get 10 minutes out of that, right?
Yes. Now, just to let you know, it's not like everywhere is automatically going to explode just by having fire. People do have to come down here, and they do have torches that you can actually light a torch down here in most places. It's more of a circumstance of if something happens and you drop it in the wrong place, or if you hit the wrong pocket, it could be bad. It's definitely not light a torch instant death, though.
Actually, I can still do that. Actually, I had to reread Starfire.
Mm-hmm.
We're good. So, little motes of starlight just start kind of swirling around one of Chi's hands.
Aaron, don't use your spell slot now until we actually.
No,
use
it's my at will,
Yeah,
Oh,
it's
okay.
a cantrip.
Okay.
and I just redo it every 10 minutes.
No, I'm.
So I have
assumed
four
it was
little
level one
orbs of
because
soul
you've been
light just kind of
afraid to
floating
use
around one of my
cantrips
hands
for a
right now. Because that gives us bright light and a 10-foot, and then an additional 10 feet of dim. So I guess we'd have 20 feet of dim light in most places, and then 10
Oh
feet
yeah!
bright.
Instead of she being insulted when Kendall said she glows, she did it for him. Yay! Kendall wins.
Silly, Kendall never
officially
loses.
have the little glowy thingies
Now,
on my
that
mini's
does
hand
still
there.
carry the same risk as a torch, is in that if she puts her hand in the wrong spot, it could be bad. But it's probably safer than a torch that she might go off. So.
Yeah, this is definitely safer.
Creates less light, but it is safer.
Yeah. So, because, again...
So, I'm going to ask AU to give me, in this particular case, for this, I'm going to say it's probably a survival check for her, because this is her environment.
Go. She's got this going on right now. As soon as it posts. There it goes.
Gotcha. Okay. Yep, and that's a pretty solid roll. It takes a little bit to pick your way through the right places. The sewers are, well, let's just say that they were built kind of haphazardly. And they were mostly rebuilt on top of other things. This city is this is not the first time Snake Rock Landing has been built. In the previous war, like a long time ago, when the snakes kicked everybody out of here, they basically burned the city to the ground and rebuilt their own on top of it. And over time, that city kind of just fell into disrepair. And then the humans came back and started rebuilding their city on top of that. And then, they fought a 30-year-long war as the city grew. So urban planning was not their priority, is I guess the point I'm getting at here. So, the sewers are a mess. They are more like a rat warren than a planned out construction. There are places where you can definitely hear water, water flowing off to drag out everything out to the sea. And definitely, AU is able to locate like the general area that the tunnel she's looking for start in. Or at least like where she's finding a way to them, I should say, because they start technically outside the city. But she's able to find, with that kind of a role, she is able to find her way. Now, there does come a point where you have, the path you're taking, you are going to be crossing one of those 10-foot trenches. How exactly does the party plan to do that?
I got rope.
When I say 10-foot trench, by the way, I literally mean 10 feet wide and 10 feet deep.
Yep. Kendall looks at Cass, looks at the rope. You know, I bet you I could jump that.
Anything to tie to on the other side?
Not really. You could go around, but it would take a while, and it would end up putting you on a different route, most likely.
I was actually going to look around and see if there's like any ridge plank or anything or something that would take them over. Like,
There absolutely is.
Impromptu.
In the trench.
Oh dear God.
There absolutely is what used to be a bridge in the trench.
Damn it.
My.
There was at one point a like stone and wood construction that would cross, but it has been broken. Whether it broke over like through just the weight of time and it just hasn't been repaired yet, or whether someone broke it, or whatever, it's really hard to tell. Like God even knows when it happened.
Well, I can tell you right now, if I can, as level 4, I can literally jump down into the pit and try to find something and not hurt
You don't
want
to jump in there. No, you don't want to jump in there.
I can either jump over. I'm just saying the two things that I can literally do as a monk is jump the gap easily or jump down it. But just letting you know.
You will have no trouble crossing this gap. You are not strong enough to carry anyone else across.
No, I'm just saying. I'm just literally letting you guys know that what I can do.
Right.
Anything
the question is not you getting across the trench is trivial. You can get across the trench trivially. The real question is, I mean, honestly, depending on if he wants to spend resources or not, so can Aaron. If he wants to spend resources, it will be easy. Otherwise, it might be harder. Casimir does not have an easy way.
How bad is the athletics like to climb on something to get over, or
if you want to climb down and then climb up the other side, there would be an athletics check involved. If you it wouldn't be ridiculously difficult, especially if you had help, but it would take some time.
I could give the rope to Kendall. He could jump over, and you guys could all get over and lower down the rope and help me climb up with that.
She's not that heavy, so I could probably be able to get Chi to the other side, and the two of us can probably hold the rope for Kashmir combined.
Absolutely an option if that's the way you guys want to go with that.
Actually, not a bad idea. We can just get Cass over.
You know. So Cass tells Kendall to jump, and Kendall takes the rope and jumps.
Okay. I do ask, are you spending a key point on Step of the Wind, or are you just making an acrobatics check?
I'm just gonna make an acrobatics check because if I fall in it and I have the rope, I can just throw it over and climb over because I won't take damage anyway.
Okay.
So that'd give
Okay. Yep, that is easily enough, particularly with a running start for Kindle to make the jump. He gets across to the other side, no problem. Now, there's really nothing here for it to be easily tied off to. The bridge, like I said, the bridge itself would have been something you could tie. What was that? What was that, Jay?
Are they still there? Can you hear us?
Hello?
Guys, you there?
I'm here.
I hear
Jay,
Chase. I hear John.
Jay, Lynn. Oh, maybe they had an internet blink.
I'm assuming it's going on because they're both quiet.
Sorry, my phone was ringing. I thought it was my brother.
Oh, there you are. Okay. We thought you were dead.
No, he couldn't find the pizza that we wanted.
Well, I told you what to do about that.
But yeah, the idea that I was gonna toss the rope back over and we're gonna get Chi over there because she's the lightest, and then we'll just hold the rope for Kashmir.
Well, the question is, when you say you're tossing the rope back over, like, there's not really anything to tie it off to. Was what I was saying when you went quiet.
Yeah,
So,
the idea that Cash and me was gonna hold both ends to get Chi over, and then.
So
Because
I'm asking, I guess, if you're trying to pull a rope taut enough that a full-grown person can climb across it shimmy style, that might take somebody on one end of it with a strength higher than 8.
Let's see here. Give me a second. I'm looking at the critters.
I'll let you do that. I'll climb down when it's time. I'm just not gonna rush to do it just in case something's down there.
The plan that he has is you hold one end of the rope, he holds the other, and she climbs across.
Oh, yeah, I see.
That's what he's thinking to do right now. And you can easily get the rope across that distance. The problem is securing it. Like, Casimir is really beefy. He can hold his end of the rope.
Yeah.
Kendall might have more trouble.
But since it's Kendall and that was his idea, he's gonna throw the rope over. You can tell him no.
Wait on that. Wait on that.
Kendall was happy
Who's a
enough to
critter
jump
with
over the gap.
freaking
He just wanted
athletics? Or acrobatics, for that matter. I need a critter with acrobatics. At the very least.
a cat.
I don't know if I can clear a 10. Well, I guess I could as a cat.
I don't think I can clear a 10-foot. Have you seen a cat jump?
I've seen some bad cats jump. Athletics is the only thing.
They
skill
actually
skill
don't
my character's
have
good
athletics or acrobatics for house cats, so that's out. Let's see here.
at. Say, like, athletics is the only good thing my character's good at, so watch me just fall down like a brick down this thing.
Oh, I'm sure it's going to go horribly wrong. I'm fully expecting all of this to go horribly wrong.
Poor little kitty.
That's the most pathetic cat jump I have ever seen.
Oh, it's adorable, though!
I could just turn into a deer.
It's like, I got
It
this.
wouldn't even be a check for a deer, practically.
Yeah, that's absolutely an option. That's why I was saying you could easily get across if you expend resources. You'd have to do something else to not expend resources.
Yeah.
Yeah, but could the deer carry Samir and jump across?
He can carry you.
Okay, so we need a animal that can
Yeah, you could
carry
make the
Cass's
jump.
big ass.
Yeah.
This is still sorted by CR, so give me a
Ah, warriors. No magic weapons, and no ability to even cross gaps.
I do think an elk could probably do it, if not a deer, and carry him across.
What's the official strength on an elk?
16.
Let me check something then. 1 second.
Yeah, I don't know if that's gonna be enough.
Well, we're doing encumbrance rules, so.
Yeah.
Well, I'm also in
that's
animal
fine,
form. Draft horse could also work. That's an 18 strength.
As long as you guys get
yeah,
across, I don't mind climbing.
You would be partially encumbered, carrying him as an elk. I'm not saying you couldn't make the jump, but it would mean you would have to make a roll instead of not even having to make a roll.
So draft horse would be a better choice with its 18.
Here's my recommendation. Why don't you just get over the other side with something that's beefy enough, and then help hold the rope, and I'll just climb up with the assistance of the rope.
Actually, you know what we could do? I could just get across, and then as a draft horse, and then I can literally just hold the rope, because, I mean, I'll be like, what, an 800-pound horse?
You could absolutely have them tie a rope to you at that point.
Yeah, that works for me.
All right, let's do that. So I'm going to turn into a draft horse, and then jump across.
Okay.
She turns to a draft horse, and Casper looks at her and goes, "My mighty steed!"
I'm going to let you know, if Casimir wasn't carrying, like, over 100 pounds of gear...
Yeah, I should have dropped the gold off, I forgot.
No, you're also wearing heavy armor.
Yeah,
Yeah,
this is why I picked a four-legged creature entirely, because the times 4 carrying
I'm sorry,
capacity.
I'm okay with this, because I don't want the high note of our adventure to be the warrior rides the druid.
I'll tell you this, if we play Exalted, the Conquered Sun has a riding specialty in Luna, and I'm not making that up.
Yep.
True.
So yeah, that's what we'll do.
Okay. Go ahead and give me an athletics check as the horse.
Oh God.
It's not a particularly high DC, so...
I have a +4 to it in this, so give me just a second.
Yeah, it is not a high DC at all. You are fine.
He probably does it with style and does the whole horse nicker and whinny thing. You know, the pose where she's up on her back legs when she lands. I will tell you, in this particular tunnel, when you rear up like that, you have just a moment where, like, yeah, and then you feel yourself brush the ceiling. Ew.
Right back in.
Yeah, ew.
Kindle has absolutely no difficulty tying the rope off on you.
I should be able to get him across now.
Yep. Is AU just making a jump as well? Is Lenny alive?
Yeah, did my my microphone turn on?
You just didn't answer. That's when I asked the question. That's why.
Oh, yeah, I was, yeah. Gonna make a jump.
Okay, go ahead and give me that roll, please.
Gonna be athletics or acrobatics.
Yeah.
Either one that you prefer in this particular case.
Her phone rang. It was one of those appointment reminders where you gotta wait until the entire fucking message is hit one.
Oh, so many good rolls. I don't know. If I could.
That's okay. It just means that the dragon encounter later will go better for me.
The thing is, this is
All right.
Chase. He might not be joking.
All right, guys. What do you? Oh no, it's the shit dragon. It's the worst type.
I am the great and mighty Pooh.
All right,
Okay, so AU has no trouble getting across. Absolutely. The only person who's going to have the actual problem is going to be the warrior in heavy armor.
Yep.
Climbing down, go ahead and give me an athletics check to get down without, having to treat it like a 10-foot fall.
Oh, come on.
Your DC on this, by the way, was 10. So, 1 second here.
I thought we were pulling Cass
I could have pole
across.
vaulted over. Oh.
I thought we were pulling Cass across with the rope. I thought that's what the plan was.
I gotta climb down, then you're gonna pull me up.
Oh,
You wouldn't be able to. You can't. As it turns out, when you pull someone off of a ledge with a rope, they fall in a parabolic arc. If you just tried to yank him across, he would have hit the other side.
Kendall literally watched him shamble down there. Looks at the horse and then looks down. Nobles can't jump.
No, blue men can't jump. So Cass, these walls are a lot slipperier than you were expecting.
Oh shit!
He hits the ground on badly on one of his ankles, rolls the ankle, ends up flat on his back, takes 6 bludgeoning damage.
Oh!
And Kendall is sitting there just shaking his head.
Give me a minute to breathe in. Oh god, that was a mistake. Alright, where's the rope? Where's the rope? I'm looking for the rope.
As he is feeling around for the rope, Casimir can hear a sound as the creatures that are in the trench have been alerted with all of this movement and are very rapidly moving towards the heat.
Oh, okay. I'm rope now.
Okay, I'm gonna start.
You realize every encounter we had is because Cass just clinkers everywhere.
Someone can train me how to stealth, but I still need to get good armor for that.
Casimir.
So anyway, Casimir looks up, sees a rope dropping from a glowing horse.
I'm going to ask Casimir for one more athletics check to climb out of this hole quickly enough. Your actual roll, your DC is a little bit higher, not because it's more difficult, but because you have less time.
Gotcha.
So, can I give him an aid action?
You are what's letting him make the roll at all.
Okay.
So you are what the rope is tied off to.
Okay.
Luckily,
you can do it.
will do
Don't
it.
let your Cass, you
Well, I
can do
figured
it.
I was going to be pulling him up while we did this.
Have facing you again.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was getting at, Aaron. Is you helping to pull him up and you being the anchor is what lets him even attempt this in the first place.
Okay.
So you're already using your weight and leverage and your strength to help pull him up. Without that, there would be no way to do that. He would have to climb unassisted.
Okay.
Yeah, essentially you're backing up and pulling him up for him.
Yeah.
So when I said his DC was higher, it didn't jump to 20. It jumped from 10 to 12.
Okay.
This is not a particularly super threatening situation. It's just a situation where, well, as you pull Casimir up, the last few feet of the rope just beneath him, as he is heaving himself over that ledge, starts to fizzle and vanish as the 2 gelatinous cubes in the trench converge on it.
Yeah.
If he had failed that roll, he would have been subject to the engulf attack for 1 round until he could yank himself out.
Woo! And as Cass climbs over, he just sees Kendall just shaking his head,
But you do need to get through this.
You know, I could just throw him down there. I could just throw him down there. No. It's fine.
So give me 1 second. I think that my groceries were delivered. I have to go put those away real quick. I'm going to be right back while you guys think of your next move.
Is it worth wasting my second win just to get my 6 hit points back? I'll wait.
You realize your halfling is so disappointed in you, he's quiet. I'm not angry, I'm just disappointed.
Next time I'll let you face tank the heavily armored Null.
I did face tank one of them. I climbed the tree and taunted it.
Well, at least we know why some people disappear. What are those?
She can't actually elaborate or respond right now because she's a animal.
I couldn't get a good close look. I was too busy climbing away. But from the end of the rope, I don't think you want to touch them.
Kendall says, "What are what?" And it just crawls over and looks under. It's so jiggly.
You know, we could just kick him right now. No one would judge us.
Hey, Cass, you got a pole? I want to poke it.
No.
If I had a pole, I would have pole vaulted.
Guys in armor can't jump.
I mean, I don't like being stabbed, so
we can't say white men can't jump.
Sacrifices I pick.
The problem is we can't say white men can't jump because he's actually blue.
Have you know I'm only a quarter Janazi. No, I'm kidding.
you're full Genasi, you'd actually be able to fly over it.
Right?
The genie blood is a bit thin. Or what's the air one? Is it a Jin? No, that's the fire one. I can't remember.
I think the air Jin and the fire Jin actually live in the same place, the City of Brass.
I think a lot of things are unfortunately forced to live in the City of Brass. I'm pretty sure a lot of slavery happens there for some odd reason. Maybe I'm thinking of hell.
There's a lot of slavery in D&D in total.
I mean, lawful evil tends to encourage it.
Okay.
It's
So,
not slavery if they're enchanted to think it's good.
No, that's just real life.
That's just a 9 to 5.
How extensive are these tunnels?
It's a sewer. It's under the entire city.
And I'm back.
Welcome back, sir.
Welcome back indeed.
Well, you were gone. The party prevented me from trying to poke the things in the trench.
That's too bad.
I was gonna say the halfling is.
Hold on a second, be right back.
Some of us still have survival instincts. Thank you very much.
I doubt that. We're all still here.
I'm trying to
So-
very quickly prep a potential future battle map that you may or may not need.
So, slimy zombies this time, maybe?
I hope not. That would be gross.
Can't remember. Do cubes dissolve bone too? Or
Eventually. It takes
eventually? Okay.
But
As
yeah,
I'm contemplating, like, it's a perfect thing to drop a dead body into to get rid of it.
Why do you think they're here?
Yeah.
Right?
D&D
Like,
is
you don't think
terrifying.
that you don't think that's not what they're already being used for, right?
I mean, to be fair, if you want a clean sewer, like, the cube is perfect.
Yeah.
So they multiply out of control and start crawling up people's toilets.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah,
They
yeah.
actually don't have a climb speed.
Or slither up people's toilet pipes. I don't know.
And also, they're 10 by 10.
Oh, geez, they're huge.
Yeah,
Yeah.
There's absolutely no way for them to climb up a toilet.
Yeah, if they digest too much, they automatically divide into a cube.
The Dungeon Dragons bidet, it really cleans.
Welcome back, by the way.
But, you know, only the gnome and maybe some dwarven communities have operational toilets. Elves just use magic, and humans are just dirty.
So what you're saying is elves do the Harry Potter thing.
Yes.
I just thought they had compost toilets.
Yes, but they use magic, but where does the spell put it? In Diagon Alley!
Why do you think the humans are so dirty? I'm kidding.
I thought they used compost toilets.
It's the 3 seashells. That's what the elves.
Not.
I don't even know how those work.
Nobody does, and the scriptwriter will never explain.
That's
That's
why.
because there's not an actual answer. It's literally supposed to be a joke that doesn't have an answer.
All I know is Taco Bell won the franchise war.
Oh, thank God some nightmares didn't happen.
I'm eating
Taco Bell has been
right
voted the
now.
best Mexican restaurant in America 3 years in a row.
I'm literally eating Taco Bell right now.
Our Taco Bell isn't as gentle, I'll put it that way.
You have 3 actual Mexican restaurants in Bangor, and you're eating Taco Bell.
Yeah, because ordering from them is A, way more expensive, and B, takes a lot longer. I was hungry now.
I miss the Grande soft taco. That thing was excellent.
My favorite taco was gone. The nacho cheese chalupa. They don't have it anymore.
I just like a standard soft taco.
Nothing wrong with that.
My two favorite thing was the nut cheese chalupa in that potato burrito they used to have. I like that really, really good.
Ours was fused in. That's Kentucky Fried Chicken, and I just think they kind of contaminated each other.
So was ours, and they used to have this great combo where you got 5 chicken strips and 2 tacos, but they don't do that anymore either.
Yeah, man. It's with tacos. Tacos and chicken.
So, as you guys are continuing on, just to make sure, is everyone here? Is everyone back?
Speak, Aaron.
Yep. I'm here.
Tell the oven beeps, yes.
Good. Wanted to make sure. Thank you. And so yes, as you are continuing on your way, if I can have AU give me one more of those survival checks. Make sure that you find your way correctly from here. Okay, yeah, you are very, very able to navigate down here.
When you gotta roll a check to survive the sewer, you know you're in a true American city.
So, what I'm going to ask next then is, that is not what I needed. Sorry. What kind of an order are all of you walking in? I'm assuming if AU is navigating, she's probably up front.
I'm gonna be the usual, just underfoot with Cass because, well, yeah, we buddies.
I'll be second in line just so I can immediately put up shield and take tank position.
I guess I'll be somewhere around where it's just behind everybody to bring up the back.
Okay. As you are coming up on there's a, the tunnel you're coming up through, it's split. There is actually sewage actively running through here. The smell is awful. This is worse than the corpse rooms.
Oh God.
After all, a lot of this is fresh. So the question becomes, as you are moving north through the tunnel, would you rather be on the inside of the tunnel's curvature or the outside? Because there's those two pads on either side, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, she's looking to see which side the mark is on.
You haven't gotten to the marks yet.
Okay.
You're getting to that section. This is the last leg of that general area.
I
All
guess
right.
my character is leaning towards the less drippy, nasty side.
That would be weird. That would be both sides are the less nasty because the actual nasty is the trench in the middle.
They're gonna. It's gonna stay on. Let's see.
I will point out, at this point, you're probably roughly aware that the trench itself is roughly hip deep. You could theoretically walk through it. Well, Kendall and AU might have.
No. I'm just gonna stay on the outer edge.
Okay.
We have a druid horse. We're good.
Actually, that's a good question. Are you still in horsey form?
Yes.
Because you would have a hard time, like...
Am I not going to fit?
It's not that you're not going to fit, it's more you're kind of taking up the entirety of the path where in whatever section you're on, nobody can walk around you there.
So we're all just staring at a horse's
Well,
ass.
I'm bringing up the back anyway, so...
Right. If that's fine with you, that's totally fine.
That's
Just
what we're going to go with for now.
Your ability is significantly lowered in that side.
Yeah.
Okay.
We're going to go with
That's
that
totally
for now.
fine. Okay. Then, as you are coming up to, there's a little cut in on the left side, and you can see at the far end what would normally be like there's a little like cut in area. And actually, you know what? Give me a second. I'll just show it to you. How about that?
Just like what the cut in before a sluice gate.
Yeah, not exactly. It's more of a slightly different kind of construction. Pull it up. This is roughly what you're looking at.
Okay.
This is why I needed to know if you were on the inside or the outside, see? Because the inside is the left side and the outside of the curve is the right side.
Gotcha.
Okay.
Also, since nobody has acted on it, Kendall pulls up his cloak over his nose and mouth and looks at Casper. You never again can complain when I don't take a shower at the right time.
I complain when I want.
You has seen corpses explored into blood and almost had her soul ripped out. The smell doesn't really bother her much.
He just
Wish I
kind
had
of
something nice
nicks a
smelling
little bit.
stuff in my helmet.
She's sitting there going, I'm a horse, and I can smell better than when I was in hell.
Ew.
Debatable, really, because elves have the keen senses too. So, oh no, maybe she's like,
Pretty much, yeah.
"Yeah, this is fucking terrible, regardless."
I'm gonna say while there are no mechanical penalties, the smell is absolutely awful.
Oh, I'm sure she is not having a good
yeah.
time right now. She wouldn't
Yeah,
be
but there
having a
are
good
no
time in her
mechanical
other form
penalties.
either.
It's pretty horrible.
So, what is the plan? Because this room, I'm going to let you know, you can see there is a door over here that is lying ajar, and this looks like basically a room that you would see like maintenance workers use. Like if they needed to store things down here or they needed to have a rest, this is the kind of place where they would like go off into a side room.
Oh, gross. Yep. She will most likely take notice of that door, and pretty much how wide is the poopy trench? Same 10 feet?
About a little, between 12 and 15 feet, yeah. And then
wider
these
now.
ones are a little narrower, about 10-ish.
Yeah, she's gonna go up to the around to the path and jump when she get to the shorter
So
distance.
kind of come around here and hit here
Yeah.
and kind of get across.
Yeah.
Or is a jar?
Yes.
Does AU point out the door?
It is plainly visible. It is actually, in fact, a source of light. There is a light in there.
Mm-hmm. Kendall looks at everybody and goes, hey, there's always something I've been always wanting to try. Can I?
What?
Well, you know when those fighty snake flying things were trying to eat you alive and I came in and just blew them all away? Like, that was kind of cool. I always wonder if I can do that when something wasn't trying to eat you.
I don't know. I understand. What are you
Oh,
attempting
he was
to
gonna
do?
jump it. She's like, nope, I'm not gonna even. Nope, I'm jumping.
You're not gonna have too much trouble with that, but I do want to know what Kendall is doing as well, because I need to know what I know what he's doing, but I'm waiting for him to declare it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh dear God.
Well, he's asking permission from Cass to do it.
You have to tell me what you're trying to do. Cass, I think, as a player, I think I know what you're doing. But I need to confirm.
Kendall just huffs, goes, will you just trust me for once?
He just
All
nickers
right,
sarcastically.
Do it.
Kendall looks at the door, takes his staff, takes these breaths, does a little spin and slams the staff on the ground, and a gust of wind bursts through the door and bursts it open.
It absolutely flies open. You can hear it slam loudly on the other end.
I thought you were going to launch me across, actually.
Go ahead and give me, AU, give me a quick acrobatics or athletics roll.
And as the door bursts open, Kendall goes, "It worked! It actually worked!"
She gets across just as she can hear that loud slamming noise.
Oh, there goes that. He's gonna wait and see if there's any reaction, any movement, or anything.
Go ahead and give me a perception check.
After all that,
Ken was sitting there amazed it actually worked.
after all that racket, my shield and swords out, I'm like ready for something to pump out now and fight.
Give me just 1 second here. I got to make a quick roll.
Isn't it great you have me along, guys?
Well, I was gonna try to find a narrow place to cross the sewage, but it looks like I'm storming through.
Okay. Yeah, it definitely as AU sits back and just sort of like it has that moment where she's like, what the hell am I? She's like listening for problems. Well, she starts to almost within just a few seconds, she starts to hear something coming out of the water. And I'm going to need you all to go ahead and throw me initiative. Luckily, AU is able to warn you, so nobody gets a surprise round. But don't roll it yet. Don't roll it yet.
Well, fuck.
No worries. You'll be re-rolling in a second. I'm sorry. I need to stop asking for it before I hit the button to start the encounter. I'm sorry.
You're fine. Just let me know when.
Go for it now.
Alright.
There went my 21. Alright,
I'm sorry. I picked up your slack.
That's
Having none of this
it's
right
not
now.
terrible by any means, but still.
You just stand there looking at Kendall going, "Why?"
Yeah. She is
She's just
mean
thinking
mugging
in
the
her head.
hell out of Kendall right now.
No, why you do this?
She's just thinking in her head right now, and this is what I've chosen to surround myself with.
So, as AU shouts the warning, two shapes start moving in the water. They have not emerged just yet because they got shit initiative. So Casimir is able to go first. You can tell where these are. They were pointed out to you. But it's not the best not the best lighting in here, and they are in the sewage, so it's hard to tell exactly what you're dealing with just yet.
Any chance I can go over top where I think one's going to appear and ready in action to attack it when it pops out?
Absolutely. You can just step right over to here to do that if you would like to, yes.
Yeah, that's what I'll do.
Okay. So that'll be your turn then. Do you have any bonus actions first?
Nope. I'll keep the sword out, but if it's anything else, I'll switch to the hammer.
Okay. And that'll bring us up to Chi then.
Okay. Let's see here. I'm going to ready my action to go after Kindle so that if he can get out of my way, and then I can come up and kick the shit out of whatever comes out of the water.
Okay. So you're basically going to try to charge?
Kind of, yeah. Once Kindle's moved, yeah.
Okay. Then I will say, because of Kindle's ability to be in other people's spaces, you can move around Kindle.
Oh,
yeah, he can literally go right through me.
Okay.
Because Kindle specifically, him being a halfling, he has that ability to share a space with other people temporarily. So you can easily move around Kindle. You can't stop on top of him, but you can move through him.
Okay, so I'm just going to wait until when I'm...
Unless he moves to specifically block you, that he's considering you an ally and allowing you to benefit from that.
Yep.
Okay, so I'll just wait until one of them pops up, and then I'll, kick the shit out of one of them.
Are you basically moving up next to Casimir then?
Yes.
Okay. Because Kindle can also move through you, so you're not blocking Kindle.
Gotcha.
Okay.
Halfling has become one of my favorite races, I swear.
That is an incredibly useful ability.
It is.
Now it was Kindle's turn.
Kendall looks down the water, and looks at all the evil. Looks at him, and goes, "Oh yeah, things live in that, don't they?" Sorry. but it worked. Did you see that? That was so cool, right?
Is that your turn?
Frustrated whinny noise.
Because they're not bursting out of the water, so Kendall's just gonna ready whenever to assist.
Okay, I need to know, when you're readying an action, you have to give me what action you're readying, and if you have any movement you need to do it first, because you can't ready a movement.
So that's how ready it. Okay.
Yeah, you ready whatever your action for the turn would be, and then you use your reaction when you trigger it.
Okay, I'm gonna move between Cassius and Chi and ready my action.
You can't move between them; they are adjacent.
Oh, okay. Well,
You can see them here on the map.
Okay, then I'm just gonna stay where I am and
You can move
ready my
past
swing.
them. You just can't move between them.
I think I'm gonna stay where I am and ready my sling for when Kashmir calls out when they pop out of the water.
Okay. Alrighty, then that will be the end of your turn?
Yep.
Okay.
Because Kendall really don't want to go near where Kashmir is literally looking like he wants to slap him.
I'm just gonna use a projectile, alright? It'll be fine.
So
Off the halfling.
these two creatures do both pop out of the water. Technically, they act on slightly different initiatives. One of them is at 10, one of them is at 7, but they're both between Kindle and AU, so I'm just going to treat them as identical. A pair of what look like brownish black and brownish green dragon-like creatures pop out of the water. Just stand up. They do not have wings.
Not prophetic, I promise.
They are not winged creatures. They stand up out of the water. One, and this one here will be subject to attacks to the readied attacks.
Well, all right, you ready?
Let's see if we can do this.
And I rolled a 1.
All right.
Oh my god.
I'll get to my SRD
I
here.
clearly wasn't expecting a baby dragon.
That's not as awesome.
Yeah, no. I was expecting shit zombies.
Not much better.
Now, an 11 will not do it, sadly.
He's never actually, attacked anything as a horse before.
Well,
Oh, great. What are these?
and kick out at it, but she just doesn't get a solid purchase on it, and just like skids across the thing's scales. Is Kindle using his reaction to throw the stone?
So I had to run over and check the oven. Oh, now it beeps. Anyway.
Okay. And he flings that stone as hard as he can, and it just plinks off the top of the thing's head. It does not do any harm, sadly. Its eyes meet his for half a second before it goes for the immediate and closer, largest thing present. None of you actually did any damage, so it's basically going after what would normally be its prey. Something that is instinctively prey, like a horse.
Right now, I'm just sitting here thinking if Kendall should feel bad right now.
It just sort of like forces its way closer, and it just snaps out teeth at Chi's horse form, and its tail comes around to catch Casimir. So for Chi, I think that will hit Chi. What is the AC of your horse form?
It uses the animal's form. Okay, so 10. Yeah.
Okay. And how many HP does that form have? I'm curious.
19.
Okay. Give me just a second. I'm rolling the damage of that. That is 9 points of piercing damage as it sinks like its teeth into your flank. And then
For Chi here.
I'm debating if it's metagaming if I just let you go through your hit points or not.
well, I will warn you that you have another problem because it just critted you.
Oh well, okay. I'll save that for me then. Yeah, that makes much more sense.
I'm sorry I
Okay.
killed you all. I was just being Kendall.
Wow. And despite it critting you, it rolled less damage. You take 6 bludgeoning.
Wow.
Also, you've already used your reaction for the turn, Cass.
Oh, but you want me to officially roll it for Aaron?
No, I'm
Oh,
saying.
no. Is the attack.
When you used your readied action, you took your reaction to do
Okay.
it.
You're fair. Okay. Okay.
Yeah,
So how much damage?
It's an HP.
How much damage should I get take then?
6.
Okay.
That's the number between 5 and 7.
Sorry, I'm on the map. I'm not on the character thing. So.
I understand. I've said it 5 times.
Sorry.
The other one practically springs up here to fight AU.
Yeah.
And she can see that it is probably about 6 or 7 feet from tip to tail. It is basically the size of a very large dog. And it is snapping at her right now. This is the green one.
Ew.
Does a 15 hit you, AU?
Yes.
Okay. That is 8 points of piercing damage.
Oh dear Lord, I kill us all.
And I don't think a 12 is going to hit you, is it?
No.
Okay, then the tail swipe misses as A is able to duck under it. And that will bring us to AU's turn.
I'm going to inside of you. And she's going to pretty much, soul stab it.
I'm gonna get stabbed with my bedroll tonight.
I could just turn into a bear and eat you instead.
Oh, dear God.
An 8 will not hit, no.
I already know what happens when we're gonna take a long rest. A's gonna be like, I'm gonna stab him, and she's gonna be like, wait till I let him on fire. It'll be fun.
That will hit. However, you do not have sneak attack because you don't have any form of advantage.
Right.
But I will mark down the 7 damage for it. Nice. Okay. Also, I need.
He's actually gonna step back a little bit too. Not quite to the edge, but a little bit back. Wait, no, I don't want to get chomped at.
I was gonna say, if you want, it'll give you an tackle opportunity if that happens.
Yeah, no, not gonna.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I will say your bonus action to bamf would probably be the safest way to escape, but you already used your bonus action for the turn, so.
Yeah.
Alrighty. So that will be AU's turn then. And that moves us back around to the top of the round. Casimir, what you doing?
Alright, let's smack this thing.
Give it a smack. Beat the shit out of it. 19 will hit.
Alright, and we'll do a little damage.
Okay, 6 damage. How does it feel to hit something that isn't resistant?
Yay! And I'll use my I'll use my my second wind to get a little bit of healing in.
Okay, go for it.
Alright, that's 1d10 plus 4. Let's roll a d10 here.
Okay, that's 6 damage.
Points. Alright. Heal
Alrighty.
by 6, and there we go.
Okay, and that will mean that now we come around to Chi's turn.
I'm gonna give it another kick in the fucking face.
By all means, kick the shit out of it. A 15 is a hit.
Woohoo! Alright, let's see here. I do 2d4 plus 4.
Yeah, you got some good horse damage. Come on. Horse damage.
Nice. Eat a dick.
Nice. 9 is a solid hit.
She kind of gives that whole spiteful look thing and just kicks it right in the mouth.
Okay. I've taken 15 so far. Alrighty. Is that going to be the end of your turn?
Yes.
Okay.
Because the little one can move between us still.
Kindle.
I'm going to step a wind and jump over the gap to attack the one on AU.
Okay. With Step of the Wind, you have no trouble clearing the gap. That was about right there. Yeah, that kick is about right.
Yep.
Where do you want to end up? You can end up over here anywhere, basically.
Okay, I want to end up flanking it.
Okay. Then I will do that right here, because the jump just takes up some of your movement. With Step of the Wind, you have more than enough movement to cover that. So go ahead, and you slide right around it, and then you still have an action.
Hard skills, right?
What was that?
Did I see Casper actually injure it?
Yes.
Okay, then I'm going to recognize that and use my short sword to attack for slashing.
Okay. You also did see, just so it's clear, you also did absolutely see Chi injure it as well with a kick.
Yes.
But that's, yeah, the damage is probably comparable, so that's fine.
Same damage as
does hit.
actually.
Okay. That is 8 more damage done.
Can I still get my unarmed?
You've already used your bonus action for the turn with Step of the Wind.
Okay.
At least I believe that. Wait, yeah, Step of the Wind does cost a bonus action, right?
It can allow me to use my bonus action, but it's not a bonus action to double my jump speed. That's just effective.
Okay, yeah. Then you should be fine as long as you didn't use up your bonus action.
I did not. I did while running past AU say sorry. And I totally missed anyway.
Yeah, 7 will miss. As there's not, your first hit does pierce through some of its scales, but when you're just trying to give it a good solid kick, you're not getting, its tail's a little too whippy for that. All right, so that brings us to their turn again.
Hey, I'm flanking. Don't I get advantage?
Oh, you're right. You absolutely are correct. You do. I'm sorry.
Good thing you remembered.
Crititas. Crititas.
That's the wrong kind of crit. The 6 there was your second roll.
I rolled a 1. I'm a halfling.
Okay. You have to. Again, I want you to state these things because I admit I'm not going to remember every detail of you guys' characters. I want you to make sure you remind me of these things.
Yeah, I was just rolling twice, and I was gonna say I used my luck, but yeah.
But a 19 will hit. Okay, 5 more. Got it. Grab this. Here's okay, more damage. Okay, got it. Now that comes around to their turns. This one here is going to do pretty much the same thing that it just did. It's going to just try to take a chunk out of the horse in front of it and then try to batter Casimir away with a tail swipe. I believe a 16 will hit your horse form.
I believe so.
Okay. And that will be an incredibly low roll of damage for 4 piercing, as it just takes another chunk out of you.
Yep.
I'm gonna throw the pizza in the oven real quick.
Okay. Casimir, I know this is going to be a really tough question. I'm going to need you to check your sheet really carefully. Does a 12 hit Casimir?
All right, let me crunch the numbers here. Divide the 0 plus infinity. No.
Okay, so the green one is going to take his bite at AU because that's who he's facing, and is going to try to bash Kindle after that with a tail strike. An 11, I don't think is going to hit AU, is it?
No, it's not.
Okay.
She's like, nope.
Well, it got a crit on Kindle.
Oof.
Ouch. You got a crit tail slap. Fight.
Yeah, that's for 14 damage.
Okay, I'll use my dice to reduce that.
Go for it.
Right? Oh, yeah. I've had worse rolls.
And, okay, 8, so that reduces it to 6. That's much more takeable.
JC, will call that for me? I'm still in the oven.
Hello, Mom, got it.
I got it.
Thanks.
Okay.
Excited to get more psychic dice. This is actually fun to spend points for this stuff.
Alrighty.
Talking with one of my friends, he likes to collect second edition and earlier edition books, and he's like going through the water one for the ocean in second edition, and apparently in that version of D&D, Featherfall would actually let you float to the top.
Really?
That's
Yeah,
actually
well,
really
that's what he
cool.
said. I didn't confirm it with my own eyes, but it's an intriguing idea. I'm not saying to do it. I just like it's one of those things about older D&D I always find fascinating.
Yeah, I will say there's actually a spell specifically for not drowning like that, and it's a water walk.
Well, I actually would. I mean, I'm not saying to do it. It's just like a.
Well, I'm letting you know, like in 5e, water walk is the way you would do that. With Featherfall, I would have to see that book because it's definitely not a standard part of the spell. But if it was in a later book, that may make some sense for it to be for that particular setting. Yeah.
Yeah, I just thought it was just kind of. It's just one of those neat things. Before we had so many spells.
I'm back on my
All
computer.
right, go ahead.
You only ended up taking 6 damage because Casimir, did his shieldy thing.
I could hear it. I put on my laptop so I could scream, "Don't kill me!"
Yeah, I know. And you asked me to put the damage on your sheet, so I did.
Yep, thank you. I just went over the sheet and saw it.
Yep.
No one deserves to be critically hitted except for the people I don't like.
Well, I don't think anybody likes Kendall right now because this is all my fault.
Well, you're our bait still, so we can keep you a little alive.
Yeah.
So now we're up to Ayu's turn.
Oh my god. Oh, dang. Dude.
Can you murder?
Activate triangle damage.
Yeah, he's going to murder. Hopefully. But she's gonna make boots out of this fool. It did a thing, you bastard.
Real Dragonborn scale boots.
I'd say that's a hit.
I don't know, man. I don't know. 21 might be a little low. No, it's fine.
Oh, I get sneak attack because Kendall was
Yeah.
adjacent.
That is correct. And you have advantage, so you might want to check if you get a crit.
Yes.
Bruce.
Nah, man, I was watching this D&D period video, and the guy cannot roll anything. He actually rolls a 0, and he's like, nat 20! Oh,
I get a
what was the
crit.
modifiers? None. Okay, the check was 21.
Oh, no crit, but
15 damage is still solid,
yep. And second strike.
and you have your offhand as well. That will hit, even though you still want to roll to see if you get your crit.
Oh Jesus, it's not gonna. Because it doesn't like me that much.
You can also get sneak attack because I'm right next door.
Already did. But just regular chompies works too.
And you only get sneak attack once a turn, sadly.
Yeah.
Sneak attack, attack.
Getting sneak attack more than once per turn would be disgusting and broken, and it should not happen. It should not happen.
1 second here.
Ever.
You can get sneak attack more than once around because you can get one on your reaction if you get an attack of opportunity as well.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to sneak
You can
attack
still
it.
get the damage of 4. Okay, got it.
It's kind of hard to sneak attack it twice when there's already you're to put a dagger in its gut and it's looking down at it.
You say that? You say that. I don't think you remember Ferris clearly enough.
Okay, like I said, I'm gonna be honest. I didn't pay much attention. I really didn't like my character,
Some of the sneak attack shenanigans I pulled with that motherfucker were insane.
and also I only came in for like the last end of the campaign. So
I know. I did a lot of them during that period.
Yes, there was a lot of craziness that happened. A lot of wacky craziness.
So that is the end of Ayu's turn, which will bring us back up around to Cass.
Alrighty. Time to smack a Rooney here. I'm thinking I missed.
Yeah, clearly a 22 won't hit, obviously.
Yeah, obviously.
That's 9 more damage to this one here. Alrighty. And is that going to be the end of your turn?
Yeah, I believe so.
Doesn't float.
Alrighty. So, first Chi.
He's gonna do horse things.
Alright, let's try to kick the shit. Actually, I can move, can't I? Well, I can't
You
get a.
can't.
I can't make a
But
flank
you-
anyway. So.
Right, you can move, but you can't move around. You would have to jump down into the water, and you double your flying speed as a horse.
So, I'm gonna kick the piss out of this thing again, because it worked so good
Okay.
the first time.
That's gonna hit it, yeah.
It will
Oh,
give you
yeah.
the biggest hoofprint of your life.
Okay.
For a
Nice.
good clip of damage.
Yes.
My mane! You touched my mane! I'm gonna kick you for that!
My beautiful red mane.
Alrighty, that is definitely some damage. Is that the end of your turn?
Yes.
Okay. Kindle, you're up.
The anger pony. I'm going to thwack it.
Give it your good schmack. Show it who's ball.
Don't forget you
I
have
am
ADV.
not boss. It is boss.
You forgot ADV.
Okay. Did not help for that attack, but you do still have your secondary swing.
I'm going to, I'm gonna furry a blow, and I'm going to, I'm just gonna furry a blow because prone or whatever, still sneak attack, whatever, we have advantage anyway, so.
Okay. So you're just gonna do a punch.
Yeah, I'm just gonna do a double punch.
Oh, you are doing flurry. Okay.
Yep.
Alrighty. Don't forget to roll with advantage.
I found the advantage button again.
Hooray!
18 will hit. Okay, 4 more, and then your next attack.
Yep.
I think 23 will also hit.
Will indeed. Oh my.
Okay.
I rolled 2 ones for damage. Yeah.
Hey, that still came out to a lot. That was still another 8 hit points of damage. That is not bad.
So much for the. See, it's not skeleton, so I don't crit.
You also aren't doing double damage like you were with the skeletons.
Hey! You gave me a good feeling. I was good about it.
Hey,
You know, I
you
grew
did-
up with my own party trying to stab me, so.
Look at the bright side. At least Casimir isn't doing half damage to everything anymore.
Yeah.
That's what we got the hammer for.
And I can, actually kick the shit out of things.
That
So,
literally reminds me of a meme I saw yesterday, where it said mob immune to physical damage, and just the warrior sitting down looking at the mage. Everybody hit it.
Okay. So, the one that is dealing with Horse Pearl, and I'm not even sure what nickname to give to Casimir.
Clang clang man.
Doesn't close as well as Horse Pearl. So, I'm going to go ahead and take it's going to be the same general idea here. It's got spell wrong a little bit, but it's mad. I was pretty sure this horse is bleeding pretty badly, so it's going to try to chomp down and bite the hell out of it. Apparently, its bell was even worse rung than I thought because it rolled a 1.
Oh, it bit its own lip.
And it got a 10 to whip Casimir, so it is doing fuck all.
Having a bad day.
Nay, motherfucker.
The green one, has very rapidly realized this is not going its way, and it is going to disengage, leap back into the water, using 10 feet of
Again,
movement. It's going to start swimming
Again,
away.
attack of opportunity or no?
It disengaged. It used its
Oh, shit.
action to disengage rather than attack, and it jumped in the water to swim away.
Huh.
It wants to escape. It is an animal attempting to escape. These are functionally animals. They are not intelligent creatures. They are animals. The fight didn't go the way it thought it would. It's trying to get the fuck out. It thought it had you dead to rights, and it was wrong.
So very wrong.
Now it's Ayu's turn.
And as it runs away, Ayu's dead for sight just stares at Kendall's soul.
Nope. She's gonna let it retreat and chompy at the other guy.
Go for it. You don't have advantage on this one, but you do still get sneak attack. Not that you need it in this case. I think a 24 will hit, yeah.
This guy's, yep. So
I
gonna
just want to see the damage. You know, it doesn't even matter what you roll. I just want to see the damage. Okay. So it had all of 5 hit points left. I think. Wait, no, I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry. I'm wrong. The one that ran away had 5 left, so it actually did matter what you rolled in this case. But that is 11, 17. Okay, so this one is still technically standing. Barely. As you have done a total of 49 hit points to this particular creature. You can do your offhand if you would like to. Or you can leave it to Casimir.
I'll offhand it.
Do it.
Because bitches get stitches. Aw, or not.
That sadly will not hit. Alright, so that will bring it around to Casimir, who might get a kill.
Alright, I'll go to the other side of the creature to get advantage and finish it off.
Okay, so you're just going to kind of move around it this way, just whip around to the side of this bridge here.
Yep. And here we go. You're kidding. Oh, well, okay. I thought everything was a 3 there for a minute.
No worries. Okay. That 6 damage is all you needed.
Congratulations, Cass. This is the first time you kill someone where Kendall didn't pop up and do it for you.
It had all
But it's all Kendall's fault.
after Ayunari kicked the shit out of it. And Casimir, from the bridge, as it is stretching out for its next bite at She, and as she is preparing to just cave its face in, Casimir just manages to come over the bridge and just put his sword through the back of its neck. And then just the weight of gravity is all that pulls it off of his sword and lets it flop back into the water.
Well, I'm glad I didn't walk through the water with those things in there.
Really, man?
Nice.
Alrighty, so that is that encounter over, because I'm assuming nobody's going to try to chase this thing through the shit water.
No.
Okay.
It made the right choice.
I don't feel like turning into a shark.
There's actually not enough space in here really for you to do much as a shark anyway, so that's for the best.
I don't think the cartoon shit shark would have made it as far.
Ew, gross. Gross. I was actually thinking that too. I'm like, why would you want to be a shit shark? Gross.
As one of them dies, another one swims away. Kendall just looks at everybody, just whistles innocently, and walks over to the door he blew open.
I will for anybody who's watching at home, I do want to let you know, in case you missed it while we were doing the fight, this was a map made by by someone's Patreon. It was patreon.com Dungeon Mapster. Mapster, Dungeon Mapster. So if anybody is looking for maps like this, that is who made this one.
Thank you for the map, man.
As Kendall heads over to that door, it does in fact appear to be a maintenance room, and it does look like a couple of maintenance workers got caught down here, basically. These creatures, it's not super clear why they were here or whether they were brought here on purpose. They weren't part of the city, definitely, because these maintenance workers have been eaten. And it's very clear. It doesn't take very long to realize, to make it very clear it was those things that caught these poor bastards.
I'm about to turn to Chi to ask her if she knows what they are, and then I realize, oh, still a horse.
I will
One
actually.
clop for one, two clops for no.
How long have I been in wild shape now?
Probably about 45 minutes.
Okay.
I think you get like an
2
hour per
hours.
level.
Yeah.
Okay.
We got 2 hours, so we're good yet.
You can't do any spell casting or anything in wild shape, but
I can, this is already proven handy.
mm-hmm.
I'd say more clumpy, but fair enough.
Yeah.
Alrighty.
Solo combat.
So,
Because Chase has had this stuck in my head now for a week, I'm gonna finally post this here. This is kind of what we're seeing more ghostly when Inari's calling for the death of something.
yes.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly that.
Exactly.
Sorry, I might have got my name wrong. I might
You were thinking of him
Exactly.
saying you, but yes. That is exactly what I am picturing every time I'm, Except that they're not directly attached to her.
Yeah,
They
they
kind
just.
of come out of nothing, but yeah.
Yes, because that's even more terrifying.
Yeah.
I know I'm supposed to stay away from.
Mm-hmm.
Give me time. I'm getting the character's name down. It just takes me time.
If it helps, John, if you ever forget a character's name, you can actually click on the campaign name at the top of your sheet, and it'll show you all the other characters in this campaign.
Far too large.
I'm just letting you know. Just in case.
I know. It's been a year since I've been calling it that way. I have to deprogram the brain. It'll take time. I'll get there though.
Also, incidentally, the Darkness is a really good game for anyone following along at home that wants a good older game to play. A lot of fun.
It is a lot of fun. I enjoy it. And not just because I was a teenager.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
know
I
we're
know.
all like middle-aged as lords. It hurts. Ugh.
Absolutely
these-
not an edgelord. No, you.
I very much okay, Lynn, I remember your old characters. Yes, you were.
I
I
wasn't
still-
an edgelord. I was a dork and a spaz.
I was a spaz as
I
lord.
was a teenager. Of course I was an edgelord.
Like,
Lenny?
literally, Kendall
Lenny,
is my
who are you
inner...
playing right now?
Okay, still an edgelord. Fuck
And
off.
when was the first time you played this character?
Oh, time to go.
It's not intervention. It's fine. You're among your own kind.
Okay. Edgelord, damn it! I will be edgy boy until the day I die. Screw you, I'm proud.
Okay, this is how bad I'm not an edgelord. I made an edgelord murder bot, and Chase had to help me because I had no idea how to do it.
See, and here's the funny part. I went the entire last game playing the rogue who should have been the edgy rogue, but I couldn't quite pull out edgy on that particular character. And so he just ended up being this genuinely nice guy. And then I go to play with Death Cleric, and she's a super nice person. And then it's been a while since I've actually done edgy. I need to play Vampire again, goddammit, it's been too long.
And you's not edgy, she's apathetic. There's shit.
That's part of the edge package.
I see it this way. You're all edgelords because you got to put up with Kendall, and that must piss you off.
Okay, so the question is, do I pop back into normal form? So this room had eaten people in it.
Yeah.
Two men who were clearly maintenance workers.
So, anything in particular they were looking at in here, or were they just jumped on the way to something?
It looks like they came in here possibly to take a break and didn't bother closing the door, maybe. But the door doesn't look broken into. It looks like the door was just ajar. And that's even before Kindle blew it. I tried to blow it off the hinges. It doesn't look like in any way it was like forced open. It was sitting ajar when you got here, and those creatures don't have hands. So they would have had to like batter their way in. They didn't have to do that. If you want more information, like if you're like trying to Sherlock Holmes this, I'll need an investigation check.
see. I mean, I have a high intelligence, but I don't think I'm trained in it. But if the DM allows, I can help with
Yeah,
it.
you can absolutely make an untrained roll.
Anyone else want to make it? I'll do it. I got +3.
Honestly, when you're examining the body, Kendall's looking around going, what is this room for? What does it do?
Also, just to let you know, if you're the one asking the questions, John, you're the one making the roll.
Alright, fair enough. I'm just making sure.
Hey, roll.
I'm trying to get conversation and things going.
Right. I'm just letting you know, like, if you're the one who's doing the investigating part, you're the one who's making the roll. Now, like, in the future, if you want someone else to do that, you can ask them to do it, but if you're the one asking me all the questions and doing all the investigating, you're the one rolling.
Gotcha.
But with a 12, like, it mostly, it just, as far as you can tell, like, there may have been something more nefarious to it. It's really impossible to be sure. Definitely, like, these guys were attacked and eaten. Whatever they had on them looks like these creatures, like, ate them and then ate whatever they brought with them. I mean, there's, like, a pack of, like, maintenance tools off to one side, which would be basically a masonry set. They're not in really great condition. It looks like they haven't been down here terribly long. This is probably fairly recent that this happened.
It's like the animals just came in and caught them off guard. I don't see anything else here.
What were those things?
I don't recognize them.
See here. That would be a
Really
nature
big
check for me to
lizard.
try to ID the critters, wouldn't it?
You can give me a nature check, but I mean, you can't communicate with anybody. So.
No, but I'm seeing if I would, no, probably not.
Yeah, not with that roll. No.
Yep.
Yeah. Horse form's a little too disorienting yet. She
So
doesn't.
they look like baby dragons.
Yeah.
Could you mind link with her and see if she knows? I'm referred to, like, can we mind link with she? I'm just like, my character doesn't know, she doesn't. So
Kendall just shrugs and says, really, angry fish?
Really
appeared-
big lizard. Okay. Moving on.
I wanted to kill a dragon, but I was hoping it'd be a little bigger. Sorry.
So you want to kill a really big lizard?
Don't think dragons like being called lizards.
I've never. Well. Anyway. Anyway.
I guess we should continue going down. I don't think there's anything else important in here.
Kendall taps A on the shoulder.
He kind of like, paws at the ground a little bit. Agreement to go.
What's
Kendall
that, Lassie? Timmy fell in the well?
Yeah, Kendall taps A on the shoulder and goes, don't worry, I know what a dragon is. It's in one of the books I brought.
Ryu says nothing. She just kind of gives him a look.
Okay.
Urge to make Game of Thrones reference growing.
So, I assume that all of you are moving on.
Halfling into the
Yes.
Moving over the oven, pizza's done. I got it on speaker.
Okay.
Guess we're
As you then, moving on is no trouble. Then, I'm going to ask for one final survival check from Dave.
Alrighty.
Nope, that's totally fine. It was getting progressively easier, which is why all the first two rolls being so high were kind of hilarious. But you absolutely do find the first of the marks on a wall. It is the actual way the marks were made makes them blend in if you weren't looking for them. If you didn't know to look for these marks, you would have never seen them. And that's despite how good this party is at spotting things. In fact, AU is under no obligation to point it out either. It is a mark. It is a mark that is commonly used by the guild to indicate a basically safe passage with a direction.
I'm just following the scout, so show us what you want to show us.
All right, we go this way. And he, just walks ahead.
I'm following right around.
Okay.
It's probably about an hour.
Sorry to interrupt. Hey, honey, you're gonna have to auto a potholder. I just got burnt through one of the potholder I grabbed the pizza from.
Okay.
It had a hole in it. Sorry about that.
How dare you get food and have a potholder fail you? Your subordinates are failing you, and that means you have failed me for the last time, sir.
Well, I think it's kind of your fault, because I think it's your kitten that put the hole in it. Anyway.
There is, I'm sorry, but, this is all I have to say to you.
Nice.
Sorry, John mentioned Game of Thrones, So,
an hour, then I will pop out of my wild shape form.
yeah, you would have a few minutes left on it, if you want to hold on to it for a couple of minutes longer, but you...
Yeah, I'll go ahead and pop out of it.
Okay.
That way I can communicate and stuff.
Now, I will let you know that this period of time, AU is following directions that she understands, but they've not been shared with anyone else. You're largely trusting her to lead you correctly through the sewers, and she does seem to know where she's going. There are several points where warning signs are marked off, literally saying, do not go this way. And then there are several, and then you finally come to a point where you can see that there is one of the signs for a hidden passage, along with a sign of this is the way you need to go, along with a sign of danger.
Question.
Yes?
When she changed back to human, and her hooves were bloody, is her hands bloody or her feet?
Neither.
Huh.
As her body actually reshapes itself, the blood flakes off of her.
Yes.
By that point, it dried off anyway.
That just popped in my mind like, anyway, sorry about that.
And so I believe she was probably bucking with hind legs, so most likely it would have been her feet.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's what you come up to is a marking for a hidden wall somewhere around, like a hidden passage somewhere around here. Great danger, and this is your path. It's marked with both the marking for safety and the marking for great danger, which you can interpret as, well, this is where you have to go, but it's incredibly dangerous. Be careful.
All right. We're about to cross into dangerous territory, so everybody be prepared.
Alright. Kendall, no more blowing doors at range.
Yeah, Kendall makes no suggestions. He knows he did bad.
He just looks at Kendall.
Out of game, he actually probably helped out a lot, because if I'd gone through that water like I was, I probably would have been pulled under.
If you had gone through that water, you would have been jumped by both of them.
Yeah, so, meta-wise...
rolling with advantage on you.
Yeah, roleplay-wise, yeah, we can be bad, but, real life, he actually probably saved us a lot of hit points.
I would have just turned into a reef shark, that's all.
Yeah. By the way, also, when she stares at him, she looks, Kendall looks to the ground and just goes, Kaz said I could.
Nice, my brother.
I will let you know that there is no obvious doorway, however. Somebody is going to have to do some investigating to locate it.
Yeah, I was about to ask, do I need to do a perception or whatever
The
to
investigation
find
in this case.
investigation?
You're not looking for a sign at this point. You are trying to look. You're trying to search for something. It's the equivalent of a 30 different search set.
Okay, let's see.
John, did you just die?
Oh, the cat climbed up my leg.
I know that.
Well here.
Are you still glowing?
No. Well, actually I am now, because I have my burning thingies again.
Alright.
Okay, you do actually have light. That's right.
Yeah, I have light from my.
That is actually a
Starfire.
good point because I was going to have to tell you, Lynn, that you would actually be rolling with disadvantage, which would have been because of the light. That would have been canceling out the advantage that you have for roughly knowing where it is. So because the light is actually there, which Aaron just reminded me of, you actually don't have the disadvantage you would have had, which means you do have advantage on this roll. I didn't bother saying all of that because it works out till you get a straight roll, but, you know. So you do actually have advantage on this, so you can give me that second roll, please.
All right.
That's
Wow.
even worse. Okay.
That's even worse, yeah.
Okay.
You do have side eye.
Yeah, I will let you
Oh,
know.
yeah, wait.
Oh, that
Have
is true.
those.
That is true.
Yeah, let's see if that'll work.
Yeah.
The heck did you do with your collar, Cat?
That helps a lot, actually. That brings you up to 15.
Woo!
Woo!
That's why side eyes are amazing.
Yes, you remember
forgot about
how
that
to
for a
use
second.
them. You remember that's why I failed nothing as Asteris the whole time.
John, welcome to being a cat parent. You'll be buying that cat a new collar for about every week, and then you're gonna find 5 in a corner somewhere.
No. See, being a real cat parent is getting scratched to hell and then buying them a toy to apologize for yelling at them.
I wake up every single day with cat scratches. I don't know where the fuck they came from.
They came from the cat.
It is fine. I will take the pain during now as long as it does not happen while I sleep. So this is a fine arrangement for now.
Okay. Well,
Got scratches in places that I have no business having scratches because cats like to sleep in places that I shouldn't have scratches.
So I will tell you that what you find is a small chamber that leads to a ladder, which takes you down into a small hallway. It's 10 feet wide. It has a relatively low roof at only about 8 feet tall. And it leads directly to a door at the other end of that hallway. And when I say the other end of that hallway, the entire hallway is about 35 feet long, from the ladder to the door.
Definitely on high alert here.
How deep is from the ladder to the ground?
The ladder goes to the ground.
Yeah. What's?
You mean how long is the ladder? How long does
Yeah.
it climb down?
Yeah, I had a brain fog. Sorry.
No worries. The ladder itself, you probably had to climb down about 10 feet, about 1 floor down.
Okay. Well, if everybody's gonna calm down, Kendall's just gonna walk off.
Yeah, makes sense.
Because I don't use stairs anymore. I'm level 4.
Yeah, and you can just ignore up to 20 points of damage, so I don't even have to worry about rolling fall damage for you.
I told you, I'm level 4 monk. I'll never use stairs again.
Not to end this too soon, but here after 6:30, I'm gonna have to start looking to get off here.
This is like literally this is the end.
I kind of figured, but I figured I'd bring it up just in case.
I only have to ask, what is everybody like? Where is everyone?
I guess I'll go down too.
Yeah, I'm just gonna ask.
He's definitely going down first.
You got a 35-foot long hallway. You got a door at the other end. I need to know where everybody's arranged at.
Okay.
I'll be right near the front, so I can play tank.
Pretty much moving with AU on this one.
I'm gonna stay with the light source.
Okay.
Okay. So is AU? So if Casimir wants to be up front, so you're all just like kind of clustering at the door then.
Nope.
Yeah.
Au's gonna step back behind Casimir if he wants to go first.
Yeah, I'm not gonna fight for it, but I have no problem being in front. Yeah.
Okay.
We'll put
then
the halfling in the back then.
Yep. Okay.
That way, because he can just move through all of us anyway.
Yeah. Basically, the way I always picture it is I'm kind of just there in between you all because I can be.
Okay. So, Casimir is going to be the one that opens the door then?
Sure.
Okay. Then I'm going to show you the very first room from the from next time's dungeon.
Yeah.
And you don't really have a chance to rearrange at this point. You all told me what you wanted already. This is your arrangement. This is going to be your first encounter. This is the first room of the dungeon.
Nice. 160-foot cone of dragon breath comes down the hallway. Wait, what?
I'd like to check out. This is the first dungeon that I have made myself for all of you.
Yay!
Yay,
So-
the Chase Murder Dungeon! We made it, guys! TPK!
You wish.
Fair warning, don't be dumb. You could all die here.
Alright.
100%, this is 100% very potentially deadly. Don't
Good
fuck
guys.
it.
We're good, guys. It's not,
The few
it's
things
not a
I
drowned
did-
dungeon.
The few things I did, I actually didn't think they were dumb. They were dumb after the fact.
The reason, by the way, that I am only showing you this month is that after you finish this, you have choices to make. And then, depending on what choices you make, you will see different parts of this dungeon. This is a fairly large one. It has several potential encounters, some of which are required, some of which are not.
Nice.
And you do have multiple ways of dealing with a couple of the problems in this. So, when we play next, you guys are going to have it's not a super long dungeon crawl, but you are going to have a bit of a dungeon.
I'm excited. I'm excited.
I am
Yeah.
really looking forward to this.
And now I haven't.
Go ahead.
What I'm going to let you know, there's one thing that would make this a lot easier, and I may have all of you sign up for a Roll20 account so that I can run this dungeon properly.
I'm ready for it. I got a new account already made.
That'll be fine, but like always, I'll probably have to get help because I'm not.
Yeah, it's no big deal. Literally, your whole portion of it is going to be me assigning you your token so you can move it around the map yourself.
If
you think
I
all
I
that-
still have my
Free account?
shit, so let's see.
You literally make a free account. I send you a link to invite you to the campaign. You hit the launch button on once you're signed in, and it will bring you to the map that I want you to be on.
Yep. Honestly, I don't really, because if I have the issues like I always have, I'm coming to your house Tuesday anyway, so I'll just bring my laptop.
I'm letting you know. The setup is incredibly simple. It is designed to be very player friendly. Aaron's used it with me before.
And we'll all be using it together. We'll all be learning, so, it'll be fine. Just to remind you guys, I probably won't be here on the 18th. I got to drive down to South Carolina.
How dare
point,
you have plans on like the week before Christmas? What is your problem?
Oh, what actually I should not say that just in case. But family will never watch this, so what do I care? But I'm very interested in Roll D20, so I'm excited for that. And
Well, let's put it this way: if we're not going to have you next week, and then the week after that is Christmas Day.
yeah,
Let's take a bit of a break.
Yep.
So
Gives us-
everybody can get their stuff prepped and ready for when we come back on the first of the year.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it will give
By
us
the-
both time to prep both of our games, which will be direly needed, given how insane
I
my
am
work
By the way,
schedule has been.
I would like the comment on John saying his family is going to listen to this anyway. In about 30 minutes, he's going to text message from his mom going, "Hey, your cousin Jeremy was watching random D&D YouTube."
Probably going to,
judge me any worse anyway.
We'll finish off this particular dungeon on the first. We'll go ahead and finish this off.
Okay.
Finishing out this dungeon is probably going to take the whole session, and when you finish out this dungeon, you will have finished the Deathbringer arc. So you will have finished an entire story arc, and then you'll have, and then of course we'll have plot threads that lead into the next one probably, but this is the end of the Deathbringer arc.
Well, I got 2
when we
weeks
get
to
around to
decide.
mine, we will probably just restart the whole thing from scratch since we've got 3 people that want to change characters anyway, and it'll give us a time to just sit down and hammer out everyone's backstories, and we can kind of go from there in mine. So.
And Aaron, it's even better for you because you're not going to be winged it this time because it just happened.
And plus, all of us will be there. I won't be sick for 2 months.
Yeah, you won't be
Yeah.
dying of COVID, and that's
Yeah.
a huge plus.
Yeah, I'm trying to get up on my thing, so we should be good.
Yeah, and I am more than happy to work with everybody on linking shit together and whatnot, so we can come together as a full cohesive thing. as much as I enjoy my bard that I was playing, I can change characters if somebody else wants, if it will make things easier for people. I'm just interested in making a actual group.
Yeah, bro. So I mean, I just had an idea on a druid, and I thought we were, I just thought, I didn't mean to. It is all good, but.
I would like for all of us to at some point, because the part of the problem I've heard from everybody as well. Part of the problem is that was like the third campaign, and we had already we'd had a whole bunch of characters created in quick succession, and people were kind of having trouble getting connected to them.
Yeah.
So having all of us kind of get together, work on it together.
Do it zero, yeah.
Well, that's kind of like everybody link together rather than bring 4 randos into a room and say, well, now you have to work together.
Yeah.
Honestly, I'm really glad it started over for a selfish reason, because as Chase knows, we went over my character, and since I had no idea how multi-classes worked, I made one hell of a horrible character.
Luckily for you, in 5th edition, that still could have worked out for you, but yeah, you're definitely probably going to be happier this way.
Yeah, so I'm glad it happened, because I didn't know what I was doing. I could come with good character concepts, but when it comes to actually making it, I'm a little in the dark there.
So we'll all get back, like I said, on the 1st of the year. We'll go ahead and finish this bit off. We'll start the new year off with a solidly completed arc. This session I feel like went really well for everybody. Everybody got to do some stuff, so I'm happy with this one. Next session, you guys are going to have a whole mini dungeon to explore, bit by bit, do your whole thing with it, and hopefully not all die. I'm really hoping I don't kill all of you, because it's very possible.
I'm actually considering spending my last 2 key points and get my hit points back, but
we also have a lot of heals still, and
yeah, we've got a full tank. We should be good to go. That's part of the reason why I also went into horse form there, was so that I could off tank for casts.
Yeah.
I want to show off your beautiful red mane. Shut up.
That's a secondary benefit.
To be fair, it was just as magnificent with the blood splatter.
I know, right? It's she, the murder pony. We're good.
Yeah, smart man for actually not being a pony, because I wouldn't resist those jokes.
I swear, didn't Roll20 have a friends list feature or something?
It has the campaigns.
Yeah.
Give me a second, and I have to do a thing real quick. I'm gonna have to tell you, like, there's stuff you're not allowed to see yet, so give me a sec. I have to make sure I set it on the right. I have to set the player view to the right page.
Yeah.
Because otherwise you would have full view of the dungeon before I black it all out. And so I'm just going to use a simple map that none of you have seen before. All of you have already seen, rather. And then I'm going to... where's the thing here I'm looking for? Okay, I think I need to go back a couple of steps, because I need to send an invite link out.
By the way, Cheek, can you do us a favor and learn the jump spell so our warrior can stop embarrassing us?
Never.
You guys will be happy when I start unleashing our new arsenal here, I think. So, you guys are going to be pretty pleased.
Oh, apparently I need to... Okay. If everyone will send me an email address privately that you want me to send this link to. Oh, actually, no, never mind. I can do it this way. I'm going to share it to each of you privately, because I don't want it to be on the screen.
Yeah. And I will go ahead and kill stream there, y'all. We will see you first of the year, I guess.
That's correct.
Alrighty. You guys all have fun on that side. You guys will be able to catch me doing some art streams and some painting streams and probably some Armored Core streams. I'm going to shoot for one Tuesday. So,
God, I'm looking forward to playing that.
You all got... Hey, if you want to watch on Tuesday, Chase, I'm going to start us off at, we'll call it 5:30 Eastern Standard PM. And,
I may be playing it, but if I'm not playing it, I might be one.
I'll start us off with Armored Core 2. a little easier less tech hurdles to get around, because I did fool around with some AC1 in Phantasma with my capture box, and the emulator in the PS2 is not perfect.